Chapter 1172. The four of them walked together in the wild, ancient, secret dimension. Hu Cheng was the strongest and was close to a rank 2 true god, followed by Ma Lingshi and Wei Ku. In Hu Cheng and Ma Lingshi's eyes, Zhao Feng was obviously the weakest existence. On the other hand, Zhao Feng sighed at the strength of the 4.5-star forces in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. There were a total of 45 people from the blue-scaled race that entered the ancient, desolate realm of gods. 18 of them were quasi-gods, and the rest were all true god experts. However, from talking to Wei Ku, Zhao Feng found out that the blue-scaled race recruited many true god experts before the secret dimension opened. These true god experts were restricted by the blue-scaled race and needed to protect the members of the race. They also needed to give up a small portion of their spoils. After all, only 4.5-star forces and above had a spot. Some independent true gods could only join 4.5-star forces if they wanted to enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension. If the blue-scaled race has so many experts, then what about the entire Gulong Zone and even the ancient, desolate realm of gods? Zhao Feng was stunned. He couldn't imagine how many experts there were in the ancient dream realm right now, and there were rank 3, rank 4, and even rank 5 true gods among them. Zhao Feng's strength had improved, but if he fought against a rank 3 true god, he still wouldn't be their match if he didn't use his trump cards, let alone a rank 4 or rank 5 true god. Furthermore, there were countless 4.5-star forces in the Gulong Zone, and there were also peak 4-star and 5-star forces. Zhao Feng's heart was in a mess. Even if he led his entire beast army, he could only fight against a few 4.5-star forces. Was he just going to let these people take all the resources here? Zhao Feng already treated the ancient dream realm as his origin dimension, and everything here as his own. He obviously felt uncomfortable in a situation like this, but it won't be that easy for them to take all the resources here. Zhao Feng thought about it from a different perspective. There were many places in the ancient dream realm where races lived in groups and were very strong. Even though Zhao Feng controlled such a large number of beasts, he still had to carefully expand. Lingshi, since you've met me, I, Hu Cheng, will definitely ensure that you obtain a great opportunity here. Along the way, Hu Cheng stuck to Ma Lingshi and completely ignored Wei Ku and Zhao Feng. Hu Cheng, let's look for the others first. Ma Lingshi did not listen to Hu Cheng's nonsense. The desolate primordial world was filled with dangers. If they wanted to obtain great, fortuitous encounters, they had to work together with the members of the clan. Who? Just then, a cold, demonic aura suddenly appeared in front of them. A bloody stench slowly spread out. Be careful! Hu Cheng's lips curled into a smile. His chance to shine had finally arrived. A race that has taken human form. A green light flashed, and a huge, dark green python appeared in front of everyone. Its bloody mouth exuded cold air. The green crystal venomous python's aura surpasses that of a rank 1 true god. Wei Ku exclaimed. This green crystal venomous python was even stronger than the sky, fire, lightning ape he had just encountered. Die. The giant green python's face was cold. It spat out a mass of poison from its mouth, and at the same time, its sharp, poisonous fangs attacked everyone. Hee, you're courting death. Hu Cheng laughed coldly and leapt toward the green crystal venomous python. A faint blue light flashed in his hand, and a long sword of ice appeared. The poisonous creature was instantly attacked by the cold air and started to freeze. The temperature dropped, and a layer of ice covered everything. Watermark slash. Ice and watermarks crisscrossed in the air and landed on the green crystal venomous python. Hu Cheng's movement technique was very profound, and he was able to suppress the green crystal venomous python in just a short while. Whoosh! The green crystal venomous python didn't expect the human in front of it to be so strong, and it immediately ran away. Where do you think you're going? Hu Cheng chased after it and used the power of the long sword of ice to slow down the green crystal venomous python. He soon killed it, just the strength of a rank one true god. Hu Cheng said in disdain. Zhao Feng watched the entire battle from the side. Hu Cheng was slightly stronger than Shi Feng from Sky Feather Island, and he had a divine weapon. Killing the green crystal venomous python was obviously not a problem. Everyone continued forward after collecting all the resources. The auras of the beasts were so strong that even those with sharp senses could sense them, so they avoided the large groups of beasts. However, the deeper they went, the stronger the ancient beasts they encountered, and the more rank two true god beasts they encountered, the more they encountered. At the beginning, Hu Cheng was able to deal with them easily by himself, but Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi had to help as well. Right now, all the experts that entered are scattered all over the place. Their strength is minuscule, and they can only obtain these small rewards. Zhao Feng murmured in his heart. Zhao Feng could be said to be the person that understood the wild, ancient, secret dimension the most. The true treasures and resources were all in the hands of the powerful beasts that lived in groups. The people that entered were scattered all over the place, and their strength was minuscule. They could only kill individual beasts and obtain some rare resources. You're called Zhao Feng, right? Although your cultivation is only at the peak stages of the mystic light realm, you can't just eat and drink like this, right? Hu Cheng walked in front of Zhao Feng and said angrily after pushing back an ancient beast. I didn't take anything on the way here. It can't be considered eating and drinking like this. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as he said. Hu Cheng took most of the resources they found along the way, and the rest was split between Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi. Zhao Feng didn't take anything himself. Furthermore, in a normal situation, a peak stage mystic light realm would be courting death if they went. Hu Cheng obviously wanted him to die faster. Brother Zhao, just do it. Your strength should be on par with Hu Cheng's, Wei Ku said with a smile. From his point of view, Zhao Feng wasn't doing anything because he was giving the resources to the blue-scaled race. He had seen Zhao Feng's strength before, and he should be on par with Hu Cheng. Ma Lingshi couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that Wei Ku had such a high opinion of Zhao Feng's strength. Then I, Hu Cheng, will have to watch. Hu Cheng harumphed coldly and didn't say anything else. How could a peak stage mystic light realm have the same strength as him? He was one of the strongest quasi-god geniuses in the blue-scaled race, so he didn't believe Wei Ku's words at all. At this moment, a deafening tiger roar was heard. Then, a huge green shadow flashed in front of everyone. All the trees in the surroundings were destroyed and covered in a layer of green flames. Azure Sky Fierce Tiger. Wei Ku's expression changed as he stared at the ancient beast in front of him. I haven't seen a human in a long time. The Azure Sky Fierce Tiger revealed a fierce glint in its eyes as a scorching aura swept toward everyone. From this aura alone, everyone could feel that the Azure Sky Fierce Tiger's true strength had reached the level of a rank 2 true god. Zhao Feng, it's time for you to show off. At this moment, Hu Cheng smiled faintly and retreated. Hu Cheng, this is a rank 2 ancient beast. Only you can deal with it. Let's team up and force it back. Ma Lingshi immediately persuaded. Of the 4, Hu Cheng was the strongest and was close to a rank 2 true god. If it wasn't for him, no one present would be a match for the Azure Sky Fierce Tiger. Lingshi, what are you worried about? Isn't Zhao Feng's strength on par with mine? It's just a measly rank 2 ancient beast. Hu Cheng roared coldly. At the same time, he didn't forget to praise himself. What he meant was that if he could deal with the Azure Sky Fierce Tiger by himself, Zhao Feng would be able to deal with it as well. Idiot! The Azure Fierce Tiger sneered and leaped into the air. Its huge claws were covered in green flames as it pounced towards the crowd. Brother Zhao, I'll help you. Wei Ku was slightly unhappy with Hu Cheng's attitude and took a step forward. It's fine. You know how strong I am. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and ignored Hu Cheng. Zhao Feng circulated the metal of wind lightning and punched out with both fists. A sharp surge of metal of wind lightning roared forward. Pung! Zhao Feng didn't use his full power and retreated a few steps. The azure sky, fierce tiger felt a piercing pain in its claws and looked at this weird human in shock. He was only at the mystic light realm, but he was so strong. Brother Zhao's strength far surpasses my imagination. Wei Ku gripped his long sword and charged out. Ma Lingshi paused for a moment. The force that Zhao Feng displayed just then wasn't something that a peak mystic light realm should have. However, even so, the azure sky, fierce tiger wasn't something that the two of them could block, so she charged out as well. Sacred lightning dominating punch. Zhao Feng circulated the metal of wind lightning and punched out flashing golden fists. When these fists landed on the azure sky fierce tiger, several undetectable bolts of lightning fire obliteration entered the azure sky fierce tiger's body and dealt a destructive blow. In just a while, Zhao Feng, Wei Ku, and Ma Lingshi surrounded and killed the azure sky fierce tiger. Young Sir Zhao is indeed very strong. Ma Lingshi's eyes twinkled. The intent that Zhao Feng used just then was very profound and dominating. It was much stronger than Hu Cheng's. Whoosh! Hu Cheng flew out and landed on the azure sky fierce tiger's body. He took out his divine weapon and started to cut the materials. The rank 2 true god azure sky fierce tiger obviously couldn't be compared to the ancient beasts in front of them. There were definitely many treasures in its little world. Fuck off. Zhao Feng's eyes were cold as the dominating pressure of the 7th level of the sacred lightning body spread out. What? Hu Cheng's expression turned to shock. His bloodline and divine power were suppressed by Zhao Feng's physical force. His heart shook as he looked at Zhao Feng's cold golden eyes, and he took half a step back. The 3 of us killed it. What does it have to do with you? Zhao Feng's cold voice sounded. Hu Cheng was completely stunned by Zhao Feng's aura and didn't say anything. Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi didn't say anything either. Although Hu Cheng was from the same race as them, Hu Cheng's performance just now made them disappointed and even slightly disgusted. Zhao Feng took all the materials from the azure sky, fierce tiger, and opened its little world to take all the resources inside. These are for you too. Zhao Feng took out some resources and gave them to Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi. So much. I didn't expect the azure sky, fierce tiger's little world to have so many resources. Ma Lingshi was overjoyed. However, she didn't know that Zhao Feng only took the bloodline of the azure sky, fierce tiger, and gave the rest to Ma Lingshi and Wei Ku. Hu Cheng's expression became grim as he looked at Ma Lingshi, who was smiling at Zhao Feng, and his hatred for Zhao Feng reached a peak. Roar! While Ma Lingshi and Wei Ku were organizing their spoils, a roar filled with monstrous rage resounded. Not good. It's the voice of an azure sky, fierce tiger. Wei Ku's expression changed dramatically. They had killed this azure sky, fierce tiger and attracted the attention of the other azure sky fierce tigers. Let's go! Hu Cheng roared coldly as he used a unique movement technique and disappeared into the forest. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Feng and the other 2 immediately followed. Gradually, a gigantic green shadow came from behind. This azure sky, fierce tiger was even bigger, and its fierce and enraged expression was domineering. It was obviously much stronger than the previous one. The strength of a rank 3 true god. Hu Cheng's expression turned pale white. The rank 3 true god azure sky, fierce tiger was completely enraged, and it would only become more terrifying. A cold light flashed through Hu Cheng's eyes. He circulated his divine power into his long sword and suddenly slashed behind him. Hu Cheng, you! Wei Ku, who was running away, didn't expect Hu Cheng to attack him. Ma Lingshi and Zhao Feng were also caught in the attack. Zhao Feng's body was strong, so he was fine, but Wei Ku was heavily injured. The cold aura also slowed down Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi's speed. At this moment, a fierce beast aura descended behind them. Chapter 11, 73. Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi's bodies felt cold, as if they had fallen into an ice house as they felt the scorching aura behind them. I didn't expect Hu Cheng to be this kind of person. Ma Lingshi revealed a look of despair. If the four of them worked together, they might have a chance to survive against a rank 3 ancient beast, but at the critical moment, Hu Cheng ignored them and ran away alone. He even attacked them and told Ma Lingshi and Wei Ku to stall the azure sky, fierce tiger, while he ran away alone. She was blind to have met someone like this. Ma Lingshi thought that Hu Cheng was a good person at the start since he always took the initiative to fight against ancient beasts. I'm sorry, Brother Zhao. It's all my fault, Wei Ku said with guilt. This was all because he invited Zhao Feng to join the blue-scaled races group. At this moment, Wei Ku was heavily injured. So how could Ma Lingshi and Zhao Feng deal with the azure sky, fierce tiger that had the strength of a rank 3 true god? Die, despicable human! The azure sky, fierce tiger stared at the three in front of it with its blood-red eyes and slammed down with its flaming metal claws. Ding! Ding! A black metal shield suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, and Zhao Feng blocked the azure sky, fierce tiger's flaming claws. I'll stall it. You too run. At this moment, Zhao Feng's somewhat anxious voice resounded in the minds of the other two. That's a defensive divine weapon. Ma Lingshi looked at the shield in Zhao Feng's hand and instantly understood. With Zhao Feng's strength, it was normal for him to have a divine weapon. Let's go. I'm very fast. You know Wei Ku. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile as he blocked the azure sky, fierce tiger's attack. Let's go. Ma Lingshi circulated her intent and grabbed Wei Ku before retreating. Maybe Zhao Feng was indeed very fast and could escape from the azure sky, fierce tiger. But if the two of them stayed here, they would only slow down Zhao Feng and might die here. Brother Zhao, you can't die. Wei Ku clenched his fists and hated himself for not being strong enough. Whoosh! The two of them quickly disappeared into the forest. Human, no matter how fast you are, can you be faster than me? The azure sky, fierce tiger, looked at Zhao Feng and regained his calmness as he mocked in disdain. However, the divine weapon in your hand is quite extraordinary. It's mine. Azure sky, fierce tiger laughed. Hee, you think too highly of yourself. Zhao Feng sneered. A terrifyingly overbearing physical force instantly spread out. Zhao Feng released the suppressive power. Did he hide his strength? The azure sky, fierce tiger, didn't understand the golden-haired youth in front of him. He was only at the peak stages of the mystic light realm, but the aura he gave off was close to that of a rank 2 true god. No matter what, you must die today. The azure flames on the azure sky, fierce tiger's body, surged again. But at that moment, Zhao Feng put away his shield and retreated. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A pair of pure golden wings of holy light appeared on his back, radiating with dazzling golden light. Xiao! Zhao Feng immediately fled in a certain direction. Boom! The azure sky, fierce tiger obviously wouldn't let Zhao Feng go so easily. It turned into an azure light and chased after him. However, there was still a small distance between it and Zhao Feng, and it couldn't catch up. At this moment, a weird feeling appeared in the azure sky, fierce tiger's heart. It suddenly felt that this youth in front of it was unfathomable and had chased him for a long time. Just as the azure sky, fierce tiger was about to return, Zhao Feng suddenly spoke. I told you I'm very fast. Even if you have the strength of a rank 3 true god, you can't catch up to me. Zhao Feng revealed a smug smile. Humph. Then I'll show you the true power of the azure sky, fierce tiger. The Azure Sky Fierce Tiger was enraged by Zhao Feng's words and instantly activated its bloodline power, increasing its speed. However, it realized that even after activating its bloodline power, the distance between it and Zhao Feng didn't change. Not good. Fear appeared in the Azure Sky Fierce Tiger's heart. The youth in front of it was unfathomable, and he purposely maintained the same speed as it to lure it to catch up. The Azure Sky Fierce Tiger immediately retreated, but its eyes instantly darkened. Submit to master. The Azure Sky Fierce Tiger's back was blocked by a group of ancient beasts that wasn't very strong, but they had the advantage in numbers and could fight with the Azure Sky Fierce Tiger. And at this moment, from all directions, ancient beasts and races began to surround them one after another. How is this possible? Human! The Azure Sky Fierce Tiger looked at Zhao Feng in shock. It couldn't imagine how Zhao Feng was able to enslave so many ancient beasts by himself. This strong battle power was enough to crush the stronger ancient beasts here. Go! With Zhao Feng's order, all the ancient beasts began to attack. In just a short while, the Azure Sky Fierce Tiger lost its ability to fight and was slowly enslaved by Zhao Feng. Right now, I need more battle power. If you weren't strong, I wouldn't have lured you here. Zhao Feng stood on the Azure Sky Fierce Tiger's head and looked into the distance. Now that a large number of experts had entered his territory, Zhao Feng was too weak. He had to quickly recruit more slaves to increase his strength. Since Master has such high hopes, I won't let you down. The Azure Sky Fierce Tiger said respectfully. Whoosh! Zhao Feng used the metal lightning radiance wings technique and flew toward a certain direction. The Azure Sky Fierce Tiger followed behind Zhao Feng and maintained a certain distance. Found them! Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi were heavily injured and couldn't run too far. Zhao Feng's vision and senses were very strong in the ancient dream realm, so he soon found the two of them. Wei Ku ate some healing pills to heal his injuries. His state of existence wasn't high, and Hu Qing used a divine weapon, so his injuries couldn't be healed so easily. What should we do next? Ma Lingshi had a sorrowful expression. Hu Qing, who was from the same race, had abandoned them when they were in danger, and even hit them when they were down. On the other hand, Zhao Feng stalled a rank 3 ancient beast by himself and let them run away first. There was no comparison between the two. We'll wait for Brother Zhao. He'll be fine. Wei Ke said simply. Ma Lingshi paused for a moment. She didn't know why Wei Ke trusted Zhao Feng so much. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Feng would definitely be dead. One had to know that the Azure Sky Fierce Tiger was a rank 3 true god. Right at this moment, a surge of wind and lightning came from behind them. Zhao Feng! Ma Lingshi's expression changed, but she then revealed a joyful smile. She didn't expect Zhao Feng to actually come back. I already said that I'm very fast. The Azure Sky Fierce Tiger can't catch up to me. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. The 3 then rested for half a day. The wild, ancient, secret dimension was filled with danger, so they needed to maintain their peak state. The 3 of them spent most of the day cultivating. Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi could feel the danger of this place. Only by being strong could one survive. Both of them had been through life and death situations before, so they had made a lot of progress in their cultivation. Zhao Feng urgently needed to increase his strength. Only then would he be able to protect his own resources and steal resources from other experts. In order to not let the 2 of them notice, Zhao Feng only absorbed the power of God Tribulation Lightning while comprehending cultivation techniques, perfecting the metal lightning radiance wings technique, and studying the soul-splitting technique. The ancient dream realm was extremely big, and Zhao Feng could only move around a certain area. He couldn't care about other places. However, Zhao Feng had 2 clones. If he created a 3rd clone, then Zhao Feng would be able to control an even larger area. At this moment, although Zhao Wan and Zhao Wang didn't do anything. That was because Zhao Feng ordered them to increase their strength and break through to the demigod realm. Almost all the experts who came here were quasi-gods, which was the demigod realm. Only by reaching the demigod realm would one not be suspected or targeted. Only then would one have the ability to compete with other experts. Zhao Wan and Zhao Wang's bloodlines had been strengthened in the ancient dream realm. If they broke through to the demigod realm, their true strength would probably surpass Wei Ke's. In the morning, the three set off. At this moment, Zhao Feng had become the leader of the two. Wei Ke and Ma Lingshi answered almost all of Zhao Feng's questions for Zhao Feng. This was Zhao Feng's current goal: to understand as much as he could about the wild, ancient, secret dimension in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Wei Ke even gave Zhao Feng the map that the blue-scaled race had obtained with great difficulty. These maps were scattered everywhere, but even Zhao Feng hadn't been to most of the places on them before. There were also descriptions of the dangers and fortuitous encounters in certain places. Suddenly, the sound of fighting sounded in everyone's ears. It's in that direction. Let's go take a look, Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. In reality, with Zhao Feng's eyesight, he could see what was going on a few 100,000 miles away. Zhao Feng had purposely led the other two to this place. The three slowly approached the place where the sounds of fighting were coming from. An elder and two youths were fighting with several golden-horned flame rats at the entrance of a cave. The golden-horned flame rats were extremely fast, and they could use earth fire. The golden horns on their heads were also sharp weapons. Several scorching flames surrounded the three in the air. Each of them had a powerful aura. Damn it, what fierce golden-horned fire rats! The two youths were both quasi-gods. One of them had reached the strength of a rank 2 true god, while the other was slightly weaker. You too, focus your attacks on one point and attack the stomachs of the golden-horned fire rats, the elder in azure said coldly with a grim expression. Whoosh! The elder in azure waved his hands and sent out several bolts of lightning that stalled 3 golden-horned fire rats. Kill them all! The golden-horned fire rat with the brightest golden horn on its head roared. Wei Ke and Ma Lingshi's expressions changed when they saw the three fighting with the golden-horned fire rats. Brother Zhao, that elder is a rank 3 true god. Let's leave. Wei Ke's eyes were filled with wariness as he looked at the elder in azure. Although the cave was giving off the fragrance of herbs, the two sides were too strong. They weren't people they could fight against. We should find the experts of the older generation first. Only then will we be able to obtain more fortune in the wild, ancient dream realm. Ma Lingshi suggested. The two youths were disciples of the fire-winged race, and the elder in azure was a human. It was impossible to see his bloodline. However, the trio was much stronger than them. The elder in azure was a rank 3 true god. One of the two males was stronger than Hu Cheng, and the other was on par with Ma Lingshi. If you want to leave, then leave. I need the things in the cave, Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. In reality, Zhao Feng was only getting close to Wei Ke and company to obtain more information and maps. Zhao Feng still needed to interact with other experts and obtain the information on their maps. Right at this moment, the eyes of the elder in azure fighting with the golden-horned fire rats flashed, and he roared, "Friends hiding in the shadows, if you're willing to help us, we can split the fortune in the cave evenly." The other two youths and the golden-horned fire rats instantly revealed wary expressions as they looked toward the dense forest to their right. Zhao Feng and company soon appeared in front of them. "You should leave. This kind of strength is of no help to us." The elder in azure glanced at Zhao Feng and company and said coldly before continuing to fight with the golden-horned fire rats. The golden-horned fire rats didn't bother with Zhao Feng and company. They originally thought that an extremely powerful human would appear, which would put them in a bad situation. However, the three that walked out were far too weak. Even if they teamed up with the Elder in Azure and company, they wouldn't be able to affect them at all. Chapter 1174. Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi originally wanted to convince Zhao Feng to leave. After all, the azure-robed elder and the golden-horned fire rats were both very strong. However, the azure-robed elder said that if they helped, they could split the fortune in the cave evenly, so they followed Zhao Feng out. However, the azure-robed elder immediately went back on his words after seeing their cultivation. "Brother Zhao, let's go," Wei Ku said. The two youths were quasi-gods of the fire-winged race. Although the fire-winged race was also a 4.5-star power, it was much stronger than the blue-scaled race. Furthermore, these two quasi-gods had a rank 3 true god helping them. Since Senior doesn't need our help, then we won't interfere. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile and retreated into the forest with Wei Ku and company, as if they were really planning to leave. 3 pieces of trash want to work with us? At least they know what's good for them. A youth from the fire-winged race snickered coldly with a smug expression. However, the azure-robed elder's eyebrows furrowed. His divine sense scanned the forest and found that Zhao Feng and company hadn't left yet. What's the meaning of this? The azure-robed elder circulated his soul power and roared. An invisible soul attack shot toward Zhao Feng and company in the forest. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile as his soul intent surged out like lightning and blocked the azure-robed elder's soul attack. In terms of the soul, even if the opponent was a rank 3 true god, Zhao Feng could still fight back. The 3 of us are weak, so we just want to observe Senior's battle with the golden-horned fire rats. Maybe we'll be able to comprehend something. Zhao Feng's emotionless voice sounded. At this moment, Zhao Feng and company were cultivating in the forest and only left a part of their divine sense to keep an eye on the azure-robed elder. Don't worry, these 3 will have to pay a price if they want to defeat the golden-horned fire rats. At that time, they won't be able to deal with us, even if they're injured. Zhao Feng messaged Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi. "Okay, I'll listen to Brother Zhao." A resolute look appeared in Wei Ku's eyes. Danger and opportunity coexisted. If he was afraid of even this little bit of danger, how could he advance on the path of cultivation? The green-robed old man's divine sense focused on Zhao Feng's body. Zhao Feng had easily blocked his soul attack, which made him somewhat surprised. Zhao Feng didn't seem to be as simple as he looked. However, he had already rejected Zhao Feng and the other 2. If he were to invite them now, wouldn't he lose face? If you have the guts, then stay here forever. The green-robed old man's expression turned cold, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The other 2 quasi-gods of the fire-winged race seemed to have received some sort of order. They immediately activated their bloodlines and activated the divine weapons in their hands. Boom! The azure-clothed elder also activated his bloodline, causing his strength to greatly increase. Terrifying lightning light revolved around his body, containing terrifying destructive power. The elder in green and the fire-winged race needed some time to defeat the golden-horned fire rats with the least amount of damage. However, now that there were people watching from the side, they could no longer hide their strength. Once they were done with the golden-horned fire rats, they would deal with Zhao Feng and the others. Boom! Pum! Pum! The 3 of them used their full strength and instantly suppressed the golden-horned fire rats. The 2 quasi-gods of the fire-winged race were prodigies of their race and had offensive divine weapons. The azure-clothed elder's strength was even more terrifying, and he could destroy everything with the power of lightning. Damn it, you humans! The golden-horned fire rats were heavily injured and weren't a match for the azure-clothed elder and company anymore. Whoosh! Whoosh! All the golden-horned fire rats ran away, but they ran towards the cave. At the same time, a terrifying disturbance of divine power came from within the cave along with the aura of fire and metal. There must be treasures inside. A light flashed through the azure-clothed elder's eyes. Count yourselves lucky. Piss off. The quasi-gods of the fire-winged race also sensed that there were treasures in the cave, and they had to obtain them as soon as possible. They didn't have the time to bother with Xiao Feng and company. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The azure-clothed elder led the 3 quasi-gods of the fire-winged race into the cave. Let's go. Xiao Feng exclaimed as he stepped into the cave with Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi. The walls of the cave were made of rare metal elemental ores that radiated a scorching aura. There was also a hidden passageway in the cave. From the looks of it, there should be an inheritance below. I just don't know what the inheritance is like. Ma Lingshi revealed a joyful expression. She didn't think that they would find an inheritance in the ancient, wild, secret dimension so quickly. Xiao Feng didn't say anything and directly entered. Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi looked at each other and chose to follow Xiao Feng to try their luck in the inheritance. The moment they entered the small cave, a terrifying bolt of lightning flashed. You really don't know what's good for you to dare to follow me in. The azure-clothed elder's cold voice shot toward Xiao Feng along with a giant palm made of lightning. If it wasn't for the fact that the fortune within the cave was extraordinary, the azure-clothed elder and company would have dealt with Xiao Feng and company first. However, he didn't expect Xiao Feng to be so reckless and dare to follow them. Xiao Feng had already sensed the azure-clothed elder hiding here, so he immediately activated his sacred lightning body and circulated the lightning fire obliteration as he thrust out his palm. Boom! Pum! Pum! A terrifying surge of fire and lightning exploded within the small passageway. The entire underground started to shake, and the hard stones on the walls shattered and fell. The azure-clothed elder took half a step back and exclaimed. He had used up some of his yuan qi, and he allowed Xiao Feng to gain the upper hand due to his carelessness. However, Xiao Feng's palm just now had surpassed the power of a rank 2 true god and was close to the power of a rank 3 true god. We followed you because we were afraid that Senior would be in danger. Maybe we can work together in the future. Xiao Feng maintained a relaxed attitude. Xiao Feng's sacred lightning body had the greatest resistance against lightning, so the azure-clothed elder's attack wasn't very effective against Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng didn't need to display much strength. All he needed to do was attract the trio's attention. Okay, if you're not afraid of death, then follow me. The azure-clothed elder waved his sleeves and flew downward with the fire-winged race, quasi-sacred. Xiao Feng's strength had surpassed his expectations, so it wouldn't be easy to finish them off. Therefore, the azure-clothed elder decided to let Xiao Feng go for now. Brother Zhao has hidden his strength so well. This strength is comparable to the strongest genius of the blue-scaled race. Wei Ke revealed a joyful expression and sighed. I just happened to cultivate a body-strengthening technique that counters that senior's Tao of lightning. Xiao Feng explained humbly. The 6 continued to descend through the small passageway, and the temperature became higher and higher. The stones on the walls turned golden red due to the heat. The group soon passed through the passageway and arrived at a giant underground cave. The cavern was surrounded by abnormally hard metal ores, and the ground was scorching hot magma. However, in the center of the magma, there was a dazzling palace of flames. Just the materials used to build this palace were extraordinary, and there must be some great treasures inside. It really is an inheritance ground. The azure-clothed elder and the 2 from the fire-winged race looked at the scene in front of them with excitement. So, the azure-clothed elder and company, along with Xiao Feng and company, flew toward the palace. Suddenly, the golden-horned fire rats appeared at the entrance of the palace again and stared at them fiercely. The injuries they had suffered in the previous battle had all recovered. This is the inheritance ground left behind by the ancestors of the golden-horned fire rats. Don't you dare enter. One of the golden-horned fire rats with the strongest aura roared. At that moment, a powerful aura fluctuation came from the golden palace, burning with scarlet gold flames. Not good. The golden horned fire rats are receiving the inheritance inside. The azure-clothed elder's expression changed slightly. The golden horned fire rats in front of them had all recovered, so it wasn't easy to deal with them. Once the golden horned fire rats received the inheritance, they would become even stronger. This little brother and the quasi-gods of the blue-scaled race, let's attack together. The azure-clothed elder looked at Zhao Feng and company. Zhao Feng's strength wasn't to be underestimated. Besides, if they wanted to obtain the treasures here, they had to borrow the strength of Zhao Feng and company. Since Senior has invited us, then I will accept. Zhao Feng smiled warmly, but this smile made the azure-clothed elder feel disgusted. Let's do it. The azure-clothed elder roared, and the 6 charged out at the same time. Protect the inheritance ground. The golden horned fire rats immediately activated their bloodlines. Wong boom! An invisible power of metal and fire entered the bodies of the golden horned fire rats from the depths of the palace, and their battle power increased dramatically. So that's how it is. No wonder they escaped here. The expression of a quasi-god of the fire-winged race became grim. The battle power of the golden horned fire rats was increased in the inheritance ground, and they were much stronger than outside. If it was just the 3 of them, they definitely wouldn't be able to deal with these ancient beasts. Boom! Pum! Pum! The 6 clashed with the golden horned fire rats. Zhao Feng circulated the lightning fire obliteration, and his powerful attacks instantly caught everyone's attention. This brat's battle power is even stronger than those 2 quasi-gods from the fire-winged race. The azure-clothed elder paid attention to Zhao Feng. It was indeed unbelievable that someone at the peak stages of the mystic light realm had such strength. However, they were strong enough to help him obtain the fortune here. Sacred, lightning, dominating fist. Lightning destruction palm. The 6 teamed up, and even though the golden horned fire rats' bloodlines were strengthened, they were still forced back. One of the golden horned fire rats was soon killed, and their battle power suppressed the golden horned fire rats as they closed in on the fiery palace. Brat, the 3 of you stall the golden horned fire rats for now. We'll go in and obtain the treasures, and we'll split them evenly with you. What do you think? The azure-clothed elder suggested at this moment. That's right, the golden horned fire rats are receiving the inheritance inside. We must stop them, or else we won't be able to obtain the treasures, even if the 6 of us work together. The quasi-god prodigy from the fire-winged race immediately agreed. Sure, leave this place to us. Zhao Feng agreed decisively. The azure-clothed elder and the other 2 quasi-gods from the fire-winged race revealed surprised expressions. They originally thought that Zhao Feng would negotiate with them. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to agree so straightforwardly. They felt like this wasn't real. Then you need to stop these golden horned fire rats. The azure-clothed elder didn't care too much and flew into the fiery palace with the quasi-gods from the fire-winged race. Brother Zhao, why did you agree to them? What if they take the treasures and ignore us? Wei Ke said worriedly. At this moment, although the golden horned fire rats were heavily injured, it was still difficult for the 3 of them to stall them. It's fine. The treasures in the fiery palace aren't that easy to obtain. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile, which made Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi relax. Since Zhao Feng dared to let them go in and take the treasures, he obviously wasn't afraid that they would leave after obtaining the treasures. After all, the treasures inside weren't easy to obtain. An enraged roar sounded from within the palace not long after the azure-clothed elder and company entered. How dare you steal the inheritance of the golden-horned fire rat race? Die. Not good. This golden-horned fire rat has received part of the inheritance's power, and its strength has reached the level of a rank 3 true god, the azure-clothed elder exclaimed. Although he was also a rank 3 true god, the golden horned fire rats could unleash even more power here. Chapter 1175. After the Elder in Azure and the quasi-gods from the fire-winged race entered the palace, the pressure on Zhao Feng and company increased. However, from the explosions in the palace, it seemed like the battle inside was even more intense. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng merged the lightning fire obliteration and sacred lightning physical force and thrust out a scarlet golden palm that crushed toward the golden horned fire rats. Now that only Zhao Feng and company were fighting the golden horned fire rats, Zhao Feng had to use some of his skills, or else Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi wouldn't be able to hold on. However, they were indeed worthy of being geniuses of the blue-scaled race. They were extremely talented, and they were able to squeeze out a lot of their potential while fighting against the wind. Their battle power increased slightly. "Brother Zhao, I didn't expect you to be so strong," Wei Ke said with slight surprise. The last few times Zhao Feng attacked, it was very short, and he didn't have enough experience to see anything. However, now that Zhao Feng's battle power was completely displayed, Wei Ku was surprised. Ma Lingshi's eyes also flashed with a weird light. Zhao Feng's strength was on par with the strongest genius of the blue-scaled race, quasi-god Lani. They could indeed get a share of the inheritance of the golden-horned fire rats. Boom! Ear-deafening sounds of battle sounded out in the palace, and the angry roars of the golden-horned fire rats could be heard. Zhao Feng couldn't help but use his left eye to look through the palace and see the situation inside. The golden-horned fire rats inside were twice the size of the ones outside. They were surrounded by flames and golden light, and their strength even surpassed the Elder in Azure. However, the two quasi-gods from the fire-winged race weren't weak either. Their fire elemental bloodlines were even stronger than the golden-horned fire rats, and they were extremely agile. They used divine weapons and divine techniques to attack the golden-horned fire rats. "Senior, if we don't hurry up, we'll attract other experts." Zhao Feng gave a faint smile and called out. The expression of the Elder in Azure who was fighting with the golden-horned fire rats instantly became grim. Their luck was too bad. The golden-horned fire rat had already completed its inheritance not long after they entered the palace. However, since they were the ones who suggested it, they could only bite the bullet and kill the terrifying golden-horned fire rat. "You two are both quasi-god prodigies of the fire-winged race. It's impossible that you don't have any trump cards, right?" The green-robed Elder had his eyes on the prodigy of the fire-winged race. In the end, one of the quasi-gods from the fire-winged race had no choice but to use one of the trump cards he had prepared. The quasi-god of the fire-winged race released a strong surge of divine power that, along with his divine weapon and battle skills, injured the golden-horned fire rats. Then, the other two took the opportunity to attack. The golden-horned fire rat was gradually weakened, and its injuries became more and more serious. Boom! The golden-horned fire rat was severely injured. It rushed out of the palace, but it didn't run away or attack Zhao Feng and the others. Instead, it rushed into the lava around the palace. The temperature of this lava isn't high, and it contains a strange bloodline power. Seeing this, Zhao Feng realized that the lava here seemed to be a precious resource. Not long after, the azure-robed old man and the two from the fire-winged race charged out from the palace with joy on their faces. "Brother Zhao, I feel that someone from my race is rushing over." Wei Ke sensed something through the message token and immediately said. The azure-robed Elder and the two from the fire-winged race arrived next to Zhao Feng and company, and they helped Zhao Feng and company defeat the golden-horned fire rats. "The three of you, this is everything we obtain this time. You can choose a portion of it." The azure-robed Elder took out an interspatial ring. "I thought that the three of you would abandon us and run away with the treasures," Zhao Feng said with a deep smile. In reality, the azure-robed Elder and company clearly didn't have any intention of helping Zhao Feng and company after they came out. They just happened to hear what Wei Ke said, so they decided to help Zhao Feng and company resolve the danger and take out the treasures they obtained. Zhao Feng and company's consciousness went into the interspatial ring. There were many precious things inside, including cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, and battle techniques. Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi obviously wouldn't believe that this was all they obtained. But seeing that Zhao Feng didn't say anything, they let it go. After all, it was already very good to obtain so many treasures. How dare you steal the golden-horned fire rat's inheritance resources? I won't let you go. The giant golden-horned fire rat roared in the lava. Not good. This bastard's injuries are about to recover. Let's go. The azure-robed elder took the interspatial ring and flew toward the entrance of the cave. Zhao Feng and the other two didn't hesitate and left. Whoosh! Zhao Feng, the azure-robed elder, and company dashed out from the cave. However, Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi's gazes instantly changed, and they stared straight ahead. Hu Cheng, you shameless bastard! Ma Lingshi cursed. The azure-robed elder and company looked at the group of people from the blue-scaled race with cautious expressions. Lingshi, after I ran away, I immediately went to find reinforcements and came back to save you. Hu Cheng quickly explained, but he didn't look worried at all. 3 figures stood next to him. One of them was Hu Cheng's older brother, Hu Sang, a quasi-god prodigy of the blue-scaled race. The other 2 were true god experts of the blue-scaled race. The people from the blue-scaled race and the fire-winged race looked at each other but didn't say anything. Zhao Feng, you followed me back then and even stole my resources. Today, my older brother and the seniors of the blue-scaled race are here. They will get justice for me. Hu Cheng stared at Zhao Feng with arrogance and smugness. Hu Cheng, when Zhao Feng followed you back then, he didn't take any resources at all. When we were in danger, you abandoned us and even hit us when we were down. If it weren't for Zhao Feng, we would have died long ago, and now you're blaming Zhao Feng? Wei Ku was extremely unhappy and said everything. Humph. Right at this moment, Hu Sang took a step forward, and an invisible pressure leapt toward Wei Ku. Wei Ku actually said all of this. Wasn't he humiliating Hu Cheng and him? On the side, the azure-robed elder and company revealed a smile. They were originally afraid that the people from the blue-scaled race would team up against them, but it seemed like the conflict between the blue-scaled race wasn't so easy to resolve. They didn't need to worry about the people from the blue-scaled race stealing their spoils. Furthermore, the people from the blue-scaled race wanted to deal with Zhao Feng. This was something that the azure-robed elder and company were happy to see. Brat, hand over the interspatial dimension, and the blue-scaled race will let you live. Hu Sang stared at Zhao Feng with fiery eyes. He could obviously tell that Zhao Feng and the fire-winged race had definitely gotten something after entering the cave. The people from the fire-winged race were strong, and they weren't easy to deal with. Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi were from the blue-scaled race, so he couldn't steal them openly. Only Zhao Feng, who had low cultivation and no background, was the easiest to take. Behind him, the 2 true god experts of the blue-scaled race also took a step forward, and an invisible pressure leapt toward Zhao Feng. It was obvious that Hu Cheng's older brother had a high status among the quasi-god prodigies of the blue-scaled race. The true god experts of the race obviously protected him and didn't care about Ma Lingshi and Wei Ku's words. You! Wei Ku's body trembled slightly. He didn't know what to say, and he looked apologetically at Zhao Feng. Move aside, or else I'll treat you as a traitor. Hu Sang looked coldly at Wei Ku. Although they were both quasi-god prodigies of the blue-scaled race, how could Wei Ku compare to him? Hu Sang raised his right hand, and divine power surged as he was about to attack. However, right at this moment, the ground started to tremble. The trembling became stronger and stronger. In the end, the entire ground started to shake. The sky in the distance turned pitch black, and countless terrifying wicked auras shot into the sky. This is a beast horde. Husang was instantly dazed as he looked into the distance in shock. At the same time, the blue-scaled race and fire-winged race were stunned as they looked at the terrifying number of ancient beasts in the distance. They had never heard of a beast horde appearing in the wild, ancient, secret dimension. Although the cultivation of these ancient beasts wasn't strong, their numbers were terrifying. Go! The azure-robed elder and those from the fire-winged race left. Little brother, go! Husang said before leaving with the blue-scaled race group. What are you still doing here? The true god expert of the blue-scaled race shouted coldly at Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi. Brat, I'll spare your life today. Hu Cheng looked at Zhao Feng with hatred. The beast horde was about to arrive, so staying alive was more important. Whoosh! Zhao Feng didn't stay here and flew in a certain direction. No one realized that he had a smile on his face at this moment of danger. These large groups of ancient beasts were obviously Zhao Feng's spiritual pets. They were always hiding near Zhao Feng and listened to Zhao Feng's orders. Someone from the fire-winged race. Zhao Feng's eyes locked onto the azure-robed elder and chased after him. The beast horde soon changed directions and chased after the fire-winged race group. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng turned into a faint golden streak of light and sped through heaven and earth. His speed wasn't slower than the azure-robed elder, and this was the ancient dream realm. His speed was even faster, and he soon caught up to the fire-winged race group. Zhao Feng! The azure-robed elder looked at the golden-haired male in front of him in shock. It was unbelievable that a measly peak mystic light realm could catch up to them. Not good. The beast horde is coming toward us. A quasi-god from the fire-winged race exclaimed at this moment. The expressions of the trio changed dramatically. How could the beast horde suddenly change directions and charge toward them? Unless this wasn't a beast horde and these ancient beasts were being controlled by someone. Thinking up to there, the trio's expressions changed as they stared at Zhao Feng, and coldness started to spread from the bottom of their feet. All of you, stay here. A strong surge of ancient bloodline divine power appeared from Zhao Feng's index finger. At the same time, the terrifying power of the lightning fire obliteration surrounded it. Zhao Feng obviously couldn't hold back if he wanted to keep the azure-robed elder and company here. Earth-destroying finger. An incomparably huge finger light, carrying with it an endless scarlet gold lightning storm, blasted out like a pillar that could support the sky. The two quasi-gods from the fire-winged race were heavily injured by Zhao Feng's finger. They looked at Zhao Feng in disbelief. How was he so strong? Rumble. Lightning surrounded the azure-robed elder and broke through Zhao Feng's attack without being injured at all. Humph! I don't know how you managed to tame so many ancient beasts. But do you think you can stop us with your measly peak stage mystic light realm cultivation? Although the azure-robed elder was shocked by Zhao Feng's methods, his mind was very clear. Although the beast horde was terrifying, the speed of these ancient beasts wasn't as fast as him. As long as he killed Zhao Feng, everything would be solved. Rumbling thunder, light of lightning. The azure-robed elder waved his palms, and lightning instantly surged through heaven and earth. It turned into a desolate beast that charged toward Zhao Feng. God, duplication. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile as a dreamy light flashed through his left eye, and countless faint golden ripples appeared. Rumble. Wang, a chaotic beast of lightning, shot out from Zhao Feng's left eye. How is this possible? This is my combat technique. Rumbling thunder, light of lightning. The azure-robed elder's mind shook as he watched the two terrifying destructive bolts of lightning clash together. Chapter 1176. Lightning flashed across heaven and earth as explosions sounded. On the side, the two quasi-gods from the fire-winged race were also stunned when they saw this. Zhao Feng, who was only at the peak stages of the mystic light realm, was able to use a killing move that belonged to a rank 3 true god? Furthermore, the rolling thunder, lightning was the azure-robed elder's skill. so how could Zhao Feng know it? Boom! 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 The beast horde behind them got closer and closer, and the terrifying Yao aura made the two quasi-gods from the fire-winged race tremble. Fuck off! The azure-robed elder revealed a fierce expression as he unleashed a terrifying attack. Although they didn't understand what just happened, their lives were more important. They needed to kill Zhao Feng or break through Zhao Feng's obstruction. Ding! Ding! Zhao Feng didn't dare to be careless when facing the counterattack of a rank 3 true god. A black metal shield instantly appeared in his hand, and the power of God Tribulation lightning flashed in his left eye. Pum! Zhao Feng used the shield-shaped ancient god seal to block the elder's attack. At the same time, the eye bloodline technique in his left eye shot toward the azure-robed elder. Boom! A ball of God Tribulation lightning flames exploded in the azure-robed elder's head. Arg! The azure-robed elder instantly screamed. He felt as if his soul was being pierced by 10,000 bolts of lightning, and he wanted to die. Ding! Ding! The black metal shield in Zhao Feng's hand instantly turned into a long black sword. He circulated the lightning fire obliteration, and a black flaming slash shot toward the azure-robed elder. Pum! The azure-robed elder woke up and immediately circulated his divine power. He unleashed a bolt of lightning that clashed with Zhao Feng's attack. Boom! A surge of golden fire lightning shot toward the azure-robed elder from the explosion. It was obvious that the azure-robed elder had underestimated the power of Zhao Feng's attack. "You're courting death." The azure-robed elder was enraged. He didn't expect Zhao Feng's soul attack to be so strong. Even his soul intent was severely injured. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's defensive divine weapon could turn into an offensive divine weapon. Therefore, he was the one at a disadvantage when fighting against Zhao Feng. "You force me to use my killer move. You can die in peace." The green-robed elder's eyes were cold and fierce. A continuous and violent divine power was released from his body. Thunder howl! The azure-robed old man put his palms together, and all the lightning power in the world gathered together to form a terrifying and violent lightning beast. Howl! A deafening roar came from the lightning beast. It sounded like a tiger or a dragon, and its might shook the surroundings. So powerful to be able to fuse the power of lightning into the sound waves. Zhao Feng felt his entire body being attacked by an invisible force of lightning. Fortunately, his body was very resistant to lightning. Otherwise, the sound waves of lightning would have rushed into his body. However, the two geniuses from the fire-winged race didn't have it so good. Their bodies were paralyzed, and their blood froze. Even their souls were injured. Kill! The azure-robed old man waved one hand, and the terrifying and solid lightning beast burst out with a thunderous sound. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zhao Feng, and endless lightning pressure bombarded down. So fast! Zhao Feng's heart tightened, and the black longsword in his hand instantly turned into a black metal shield. At the same time, a dreamy glow flashed across Zhao Feng's left eye. A golden light appeared and locked onto the terrifying killer move, Thunder Howl. "I can't even block it with the ancient god seal." Zhao Feng was shocked. The ancient god seal was definitely a powerful godly weapon, but Zhao Feng's cultivation was too low, so he couldn't use the true power of the godly weapon. Haha, once you die, these ancient beasts will no longer be under your control, and all the treasures on you will be mine. The azure-robed old man's face was slightly pale, but he laughed in a savage manner. Although this move used up a lot of energy, he knew how terrifying its power was. Anyone below rank 3 true god would find it hard to survive. Once Zhao Feng died, the danger would be gone, and he would be able to obtain the treasures on Zhao Feng. For example, the godly weapon that could change forms. The azure-robed old man could obviously tell that this godly weapon was not ordinary. Boom! Thump, thump, thump! Zhao Feng was forced back several dozen steps by the terrifying lightning, and the power of lightning started to erode Zhao Feng from all directions. Luckily, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body was extremely strong and blocked most of the damage. You actually blocked it. Die. The azure-robed elder paused for a moment before revealing a savage expression. His figure flashed as he attacked from the side, and a terrifying wolf of lightning attacked Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng barely blocked the thunder howl, and his blood started to churn. The situation was extremely dangerous. The azure-robed elder had a cold smile on his ruthless face, as if he was looking at a dead man. It's too early for you to be happy. Zhao Feng used both hands to support the ancient god seal and barely stabilized his body, but a cold smile appeared on his face. A terrifying surge of lightning shot out from his left eye. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying and ferocious lightning beast with a thunderous might pounced forward with a roar. What? This is my combat skill, Thunder Howl. The azure-robed elder's face instantly paled, and fear filled his entire body. Arg! Even though the azure-robed elder tried his best to dodge within the beast horde, most of the power of the thunder howl still landed on his body. The azure-robed elder's body shook, and his face became pale. He was heavily injured. What was even worse was that around him, the ancient beasts had already surrounded him, as a ferocious aura from the ancient times shrouded the entire place. It really works. Zhao Feng revealed a joyful expression. He could duplicate the other's attack, but if he used it directly, it would be completely useless against the other's attack. This was why Zhao Feng wasn't in a rush to release the attack after duplicating the azure-robed elder's attack. Instead, he stored it up and waited for the right moment to counterattack. However, duplicating the azure-robed elder's killing move consumed a lot of energy. Right now, Zhao Feng's left eye was slightly dim, and he probably wouldn't be able to duplicate any more powerful attacks. Zhao Feng, what do you want? The azure-robed elder had a grim and hateful expression as he stared at Zhao Feng, who was slowly walking toward him. Senior, save us. The trembling voices of the two prodigies from the fire-winged race sounded. Zhao Feng glanced at them coldly, and with a thought, dozens of terrifying beasts leaped over. Screams and the smell of blood spread. Heaven and earth returned to normal after a while. What do you want? Did you do all this just to show me? The azure-robed elder's expression was extremely ugly. Hand over your interspatial dimension, and I might spare your life. The cold voice made the azure-robed elder's body go cold. He didn't think that he would be threatened by a peak-stage mystic light, Realm Junior. At the same time, he didn't understand why Zhao Feng didn't kill him first, and then take his interspatial dimension. Was Zhao Feng really going to let him go? The azure-robed elder didn't believe it, but he could only do as Zhao Feng said. That way he might have a chance to live. The azure-robed elder unwillingly took out a silver bracelet. However, right at this moment, dozens of beasts that specialized in soul attacks and illusions started to use soul attacks on the azure-robed elder. Gaze of the God Eye. Zhao Feng circulated his extremely weak left eye, and an irresistible forbidden power covered the azure-robed elder's soul. He obviously wanted the azure-robed elder's battle power. He could ignore everything else. However, if Zhao Feng directly said that he wanted to enslave the azure-robed elder, the latter would definitely reject him and might even self-destruct. Not good. The azure-robed elder was severely injured, and he was extremely weak. After resisting for a while, his soul was finally taken by Zhao Feng. On the peak of a mountain, a silver bracelet appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised when he put his consciousness into it. Old fogey, you actually obtained such a treasure from the Flaming Palace. Zhao Feng took out several precious items. The first was a golden flaming horn that was shaped like a bull. This was obviously the horn of a golden-horned fire rat, but the metal and fire power contained within this horn was extremely strong. It was obvious that the golden-horned fire rat that had this horn was very strong. The second was a precious cultivation resource called the Golden Sun Blood Flame Flower. This herb was golden red and gave off a scorching glow. It was the best cultivation resource for cultivators that cultivated the Tao of Metal. Not only could it increase one's state of existence and quickly heal injuries, it could also help one comprehend the intents of metal and fire. The third should be a special flame of an ancient race, and it gave off an extremely cold aura. If Master needs them, you can take them all. The azure-robed elder, next to Zhao Feng, said with slight embarrassment. Whoosh! Zhao Feng put the ball of special flame into the silver bracelet and threw it into the misty spatial world. Quickly recovered to the strength of a rank 2 true god, Zhao Feng messaged the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon in the misty spatial world. Although Zhao Feng had a large beast horde, he didn't have a lot of high-level battle power. The experts that entered this place would soon gather, and Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to beat them. Therefore, Zhao Feng needed strong battle power, and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was a good choice. He only needed to use precious resources to slowly recover his strength. Zhao Wan has successfully broken through to the demigod realm. Zhao Feng's thoughts suddenly moved. At this moment, Zhao Wan was still cultivating in the Ice Inheritance in the territory of the blue-eyed ice wolf race. Zhao Wan had obtained more than half of the treasures in that inheritance, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The descendants of the 8 great god eyes are usually prodigies of peak 4-star powers or 5-star powers. When Zhao Wan appears in front of them, they will definitely be very shocked. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. He had heard this from Wei Ku. Now that Zhao Wan had broken through to the demigod realm, he had the strength to fight against normal, rank 2 true gods. I need to increase my strength as well. A determined expression appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes. Now that he had obtained 2 more metal elemental cultivation treasures, he could raise his metal of wind, lightning, to the late stages. Whoosh! Zhao Feng put the golden sun blood flame flower and the golden horn into the dimension of his left eye. He obviously needed to duplicate a few of such precious cultivation resources. Another metal elemental cultivation resource appeared in front of Zhao Feng. It was the golden skeleton of an ancient race. This golden skeleton was obtained by Zhao Feng in the divine illusion dimension, and he had kept it until now. The skeleton of a rank 3 ancient race. Only now could Zhao Feng accurately determine the cultivation of this skeleton when it was alive. Wang. Zhao Feng immediately circulated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique and absorbed the terrifying metal elemental power from the golden skeleton. This expert had died a long time ago, so the metal elemental power within the skeleton was extremely calm and allowed Zhao Feng to absorb it. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. The battle power of all of Zhao Feng's subordinates increased rapidly, including the green-robed elder that had just been enslaved. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless bolts of golden lightning appeared on the mountain that Zhao Feng was on. Each bolt of golden lightning contained enough power to severely injure normal demigods. This powerful aura of golden lightning slowly entered Zhao Feng's body, and Zhao Feng's aura also became stronger. My metal of wind lightning has reached the late stages, and my strength has increased again. I'm not far away from the peak stages of the metal of wind lightning. Joy flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. When his metal of wind lightning reached the peak stages, Zhao Feng would break through to the demigod realm. At that point, his strength would change dramatically. Chapter 1177. I'm not far from the peak of the metal of wind lightning. Joy flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. When the metal of wind lightning reached the peak, Zhao Feng would break through to the demigod realm. At that point, Zhao Feng's 5 elemental wind lightning technique would reach the 11th level, and the 5 elements would become one. After comprehending the 5 elements, Zhao Feng would be able to touch the divine power of a true god, and he would be able to form his own divine power. Although the lightning fire obliteration was strong, there was a limit to its growth, and it couldn't compare to divine power. On top of that, Zhao Feng's understanding of the 5 elements had increased, and it was beneficial for his little world. There's someone. Zhao Feng saw 2 figures fly past his territory and head in a certain direction. The 2 figures suddenly stopped in the air and flew toward Zhao Feng's direction. They don't have eye bloodlines, so how can they see me from so far away? Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. He had an eye bloodline and a sliver of control over the ancient dream realm, which was why he was able to see these 2 people flying in the distance. These 2 clearly had a clear target, but they suddenly flew in Zhao Feng's direction. Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved his left hand and put away the golden, non-human skeleton. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 quickly arrived in Zhao Feng's vicinity. There's no need to hide anymore. Take out the thing you just put into your interspatial dimension. A youth in white had an arrogant expression as he looked at Zhao Feng and snickered. Before coming to the wild, ancient dream realm, his ancestor had given him a tool that could faintly sense treasures and resources that contained powerful energy. He sensed that a treasure had appeared in this direction just now, so he came over to take a look. Then he saw Zhao Feng. Without even thinking, he knew that the treasure was in Zhao Feng's hands. The other elder was a rank 2 true god. He stood next to the youth in white and inspected Zhao Feng. If this was in the outside world, this elder wouldn't even bother with a peak stage mystic light realm. But it was strange for a peak stage mystic light realm to appear in the wild, ancient secret dimension. Zhao Feng's gaze swept over the 2 people in front of him. Based on their appearances, Zhao Feng still couldn't guess what race they were from. However, the white-robed youth's eyes shone with a sharp light, and the aura within his body was strong and steady. His strength should be even more terrifying than this old man's. This belongs to me. Why should I take it out? Zhao Feng's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of fear. The 2 of them had intruded into Zhao Feng's territory, yet they still dared to be so impudent. Once they made a move, Zhao Feng would not hesitate to kill the 2 of them. If I like it, then it's mine. The white-robed youth was taken aback for a moment before he replied in a domineering manner. He didn't put a peak stage mystic light realm in his eyes at all. He originally thought that Zhao Feng would hand over the treasures and ask to join his group, but Zhao Feng had rejected him directly. This surprised him, but he had to get what he wanted. Junior, hand over the treasures and fuck off. The elder finally spoke with an impatient expression. No matter how suspicious Zhao Feng was, he was a rank 2 true god and young Sir Ho-Ching. Could a peak stage mystic light realm resist? The 2 of you are courting death. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically, and killing intent flashed through his eyes. At the same time, he released an invisible physical force. If these 2 still didn't know what was good for them, then they couldn't blame him. The elder's eyebrows furrowed. Zhao Feng's state of existence wasn't simple, and his aura was very strong. He immediately messaged Ho-Ching. Young Sir Ho-Ching, this person is weird. Weird people definitely have great treasures on them. Ho-Ching completely ignored the elder's warning. Since Zhao Feng dared to threaten him and say that he was courting death, then Ho-Ching would make Zhao Feng suffer a fate worse than death. Wang, Ho-Ching raised his hand, and a whirlpool of water appeared in his hand. You don't know what's good for you. Zhao Feng's expression was cold as he also raised his hand. Whoosh! The azure-robed elder appeared next to Zhao Feng and released the aura of a rank 3 true god. At the same time, several dozen powerful beasts appeared in every direction. Kill! The azure-robed elder didn't say anything else and sent 2 beasts of lightning toward the 2 in front of him. Rank 3 true god and ancient spiritual pets. Ho-Ching's expression became grim, and the elder next to him panicked. They didn't think that Zhao Feng would be so shameless as to hide his companion. Furthermore, there were spiritual pets that Zhao Feng had tamed nearby. 1. In order to avoid any accidents, Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body and charged toward Ho Qing. Ho Qing felt a heavy surge of lightning before Zhao Feng even got close. This person's physical strength is so strong. Panic appeared on Ho Qing's face. His status in the family was very high, and his ancestors had given him many offensive and life-saving methods in this trip to the wild, ancient, secret dimension. It wasn't a big problem for him and the elder to deal with a rank 3 true god. However, the strength that Zhao Feng displayed was not normal, and from the looks of it, the rank 3 true god listened to Zhao Feng. Although Ho Qing was arrogant and domineering, he relied on his strength and hidden cards. He wasn't a brainless person. Go! Ho Qing roared as he retreated with the elder. Kill! Zhao Feng was filled with killing intent as he charged forward with the azure-robed elder. Killing water screen. Ho Qing waved his hands, and the intents of wind and water were controlled by him. They formed a whirlpool of wind and water in front of him, and a terrifying suction force pulled at Zhao Feng and the elder in azure. Forbidden illusion, lost world. Since he had the intention to kill, Zhao Feng didn't hold back and used the Tao of Illusion Eye Bloodline technique. Ho Qing and the other elder were instantly affected by Zhao Feng's Tao of Illusion Eye Bloodline technique. They stood rooted to the ground as their souls fell into a purple-gold maze. Zhao Feng and the azure-robed elder worked together to break through the whirlpool of wind and water. Then they charged toward the two. However, at this moment, Ho Qing broke free from Zhao Feng's Tao of Illusion Eye Bloodline technique. His body was drenched in cold sweat as he looked at Zhao Feng with lingering fear. He had a defensive treasure that protected his soul, but he was still affected by Zhao Feng's Tao of Illusion. From this, one could see how powerful Zhao Feng's Tao of Illusion was. At this moment, the primordial beasts in the surroundings also pounced over, and the two were instantly surrounded. Run! Ho Qing ignored the elder beside him and crushed a jade talisman in his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, the intent of wind and water surrounded Ho Qing's feet. Whoosh! Ho Qing disappeared from the world with an unimaginable attitude. Kill him! Zhao Feng ordered before chasing after Ho Qing. Wang, a pair of white crystalline wings of lightning formed behind Zhao Feng's back, and they were covered in dense arcs of lightning. Lightning flash escape. Boom! With a deafening boom, Zhao Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared several dozen thousand miles away. Zhao Feng wasn't suppressed by the ancient dream realm as much, so he had an advantage in terms of speed. Rumble! Ho Qing, who was in the midst of escaping, suddenly heard a thunderous roar behind him, accompanied by a terrifying thundermite, giving him quite a fright. Ho Qing's expression changed dramatically when he scanned the area with his divine sense. How is this possible? This brat managed to catch up? Is he still at the mystic light realm? Ho Qing was stunned. One had to know that the methods he used just now were created for him by his ancestors. Even rank 4 true gods that didn't specialize in speed wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Although he still had many other methods, they were all prepared for the upcoming danger. Using them on Zhao Feng was a waste. However, Zhao Feng was also stunned. He didn't think that he wouldn't even be able to catch up to a quasi-god in the ancient dream realm after using the lightning flash escape. Shua! A golden bow appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. The lightning fire obliteration merged into the bow, and with a whoosh, a golden arrow of lightning shot toward Ho Qing. Damn it! Ho Qing circulated the intent of wind and water around him and tried to move his body, but his shoulder was still injured by the arrow. At this moment, 3 figures were flying through the forest below. A powerful ripple of energy suddenly appeared in the sky, and all the powerful beasts nearby were alarmed. Isn't that Ho Qing? A handsome young man looked into the distance with a deep gaze. Someone's chasing after Ho Qing? A crisp female voice sounded, and her tone was filled with surprise. Rumble. Boom. Boom. A handsome, golden-haired male surrounded by lightning closed in on Ho Ching. Go to hell. Ho Ching's expression was filled with anger as a blue crystal bead appeared in his hand. Crack! The crystal bead shattered, and a terrifying whirlpool of wind and water appeared in heaven and earth. The terrifying suction force was enough to kill a rank 3 true god without a doubt. However, Zhao Feng's left eye had already sensed that something was wrong, so he retreated the moment Ho Ching took out the blue crystal bead. Ho Ching didn't stop after seeing Zhao Feng dodge his attack. He was the only one left now, so he obviously wouldn't fight with Zhao Feng. He ran away. Zhao Feng's expression was grim. However, the other party had too many tricks up his sleeves, and his strength wasn't low either. If Zhao Feng wanted to kill him, he would need to use some hidden cards. However, there were other people nearby, so it wasn't convenient for Zhao Feng to reveal his hidden cards. Zhao Feng didn't bother with the 3 in the forest and prepared to return. However, right at this moment, the 3 people below flew up. Brother, you're very skilled. You managed to chase Ho Lin to this place. The handsome youth had a friendly expression as he spoke. May I know what force young master is from? Even Ho Ching is scared of you. A tall woman in a pink dress gave a faint smile and spoke in a flirtatious voice. Ho Ching? Zhao Feng knew the name of that domineering youth. If it was a one-on-one, Ho Ching definitely wouldn't be scared of Zhao Feng. However, Ho Ching knew that Zhao Feng had the help of a rank 3 true god and several dozen terrifying beasts. So he didn't dare to stop and fight with Zhao Feng. Whoosh! The azure-robed elder finally caught up. He looked at the 3 people next to Zhao Feng and sent a message to Zhao Feng. Master, these 3 are from the Golden-Armed race. The Golden-Armed race is an extremely strong existence even among 4.5-star forces, and they have the chance to become a peak 4-star force. I'm Yu Hen. The Golden-Armed race and the Sky-Water Yao race are enemies. Why don't you come with us? Yu Hen glanced at the azure-robed elder and invited the 2 of them. There was a tall, middle-aged male next to Yu Hen, but he remained silent the entire time. Sorry, I have other things to do. Zhao Feng immediately rejected. Although this male and female weren't as strong as Ho Ching, they were still very strong, and the tall middle-aged male next to them was a rank 3 true god. Why would such a group invite him? Was it because Zhao Feng was chasing after Ho Ching? Young master, are you planning to go to Phoenix Forest? I heard that Phoenix Forest is also the main target of the Sky-Water Yao race. The elegant woman in the pink palace dress said with a gentle smile. Her voice was gentle and pleasant to the ear. The Sky-Water Yao race that the Golden-Armed race was talking about was obviously the race that Ho Ching was from. However, Zhao Feng was more interested in Phoenix Forest. Although Zhao Feng could enter and leave this place whenever he wanted, the area he could move around was very small. The forces in the ancient, desolate realm of gods had been exploring the wild, ancient, secret dimension since who knew how many billions of years ago. They all had a map and information about places of fortune, and Phoenix Forest was definitely one of the famous places of fortune. If that's the case, then I'll accept your invitation. Zhao Feng didn't say anything else. If he really met Ho Ching in Phoenix Forest, Zhao Feng would find a chance to kill him. Chapter 1178. Ho Ching is the descendant of the Sky-Water Yao race's first elder, and he does whatever he wants in the race. However, his talent and strength are also not bad. Seeing that Zhao Feng didn't seem to know about Ho Ching, Yu Hen started to talk about it. His strength and talent are indeed not bad. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Ho Ching's strength was on par with Zhao Feng's before he reached the peak stages of the mystic light realm. One had to know that Zhao Feng had a lot of resources in the ancient dream realm and the god's spiritual eye. Although Ho Ching was a disciple of a peak 4-star power, his achievements were indeed not bad. At the very least, he was stronger than any of the geniuses that Zhao Feng had seen in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. I saw that brother Zhao didn't even use his bloodline power, but he was able to scare Ho Qing to such a state. Looks like brother Zhao's strength is not simple. Yu Hen looked deeply at Zhao Feng and praised. However, he guessed that the reason Ho Qing had run away was because Zhao Feng had the help of a rank 3 expert, while Ho Qing was by himself. My bloodline is very normal. It's not very useful, Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. Yu Hen's words just then were to find out which force Zhao Feng was from. Zhao Feng's reply was to say that he didn't have an ancient bloodline. Brother Zhao can cultivate to such a level with just a normal bloodline. It's very admirable. Yu Hen smiled faintly. He originally thought that Zhao Feng was a disciple of some big force, or else he wouldn't have dared to chase after Ho Qing. At this moment, Zhao Feng admitted that his bloodline was low-ranked, which meant that he didn't have an ancient bloodline, or his bloodline was ranked very low. The tall female from the golden-armed race and the middle-aged man were also attracted by what Zhao Feng said. They circulated their bloodline power and confirmed that Zhao Feng didn't have an ancient bloodline. Zhao Feng paused for a moment and looked at Yu Hen. This person's attitude toward him was too friendly. However, perhaps it was because Zhao Feng had been treated coldly ever since he came to the ancient, desolate realm of gods, which was why he found it strange. Along the way, Zhao Feng learned that Phoenix Forest was the territory of the phoenix-tailed birds, and the phoenix-tailed birds were one of the 4 most beautiful races among the 10,000 ancient races. They were ranked 1258. Only the members of powerful forces would dare to enter a race that was ranked so high. For example, the Peak 4-star Sky Water Yao race and the Golden Armed race that had the potential to become Peak 4-star Sky Water Yao race. Of course, there was no lack of members of weaker forces who wanted to fish in troubled waters. After all, in such a treasured land, any random fortuitous encounter would be equivalent to dozens of days of harvest in other places. Phoenix Forest was extremely far from here. The 3 of them flew at full speed, but it still took them more than a month. This should be the central border of the ancient Dream Realm. Zhao Feng muttered in his heart. The area that Zhao Feng had explored in the ancient Dream Realm was relatively small, and he was only in the territories of the races that were ranked between 5,000 and 6,000. At this moment, he was following the 3 members of the golden-armed race to the territory of the phoenix-tailed birds, which were ranked around 1,000. The strength of these quasi-gods and true gods is extremely strong. If they gather together, they will be a terrifying force. Zhao Feng's expression was solemn. If any of the races in the wild, ancient, secret realm gathered together, Zhao Feng and all the beasts he had wouldn't be their match. However, Zhao Feng didn't plan on fighting them head-on. Since these experts were going to conquer the lands of fortune, he could mingle with them and obtain some benefits. Therefore, Zhao Feng came here with the golden-armed race. In the ancient dream realm, Zhao Feng's senses and speed had the absolute advantage, and he had many life-saving trump cards. This is Phoenix Forest. The 3 members of the golden-armed race revealed joyful expressions. In the distant horizon, there were countless gigantic vines and ancient trees of various colors. These plants intertwined with each other and reached into the clouds, almost covering half the sky. Before they even got close, they could feel a thick heaven-earth yuan qi mixed with the fragrance of plants. Taking a deep breath made their bodies feel extremely comfortable. Whoosh! Whoosh! A group of 4 flew past them. The leader radiated a terrifying aura of fire, and his cultivation had reached the level of a rank 3 true god. So many groups of experts! Zhao Feng exclaimed. Zhao Feng's field of vision was extremely wide, and he could see groups approaching Phoenix Forest from all directions. From the looks of it, this was a very famous land of fortune. Phoenix Forest is the habitat of the phoenix-tailed birds. All kinds of rare ancient resources can be found here, and the deeper you go, the higher the grade of the resources. The phoenix nest in the center of Phoenix Forest is filled with endless fortune. And if you're lucky, you might even be able to find the tail feathers of a powerful phoenix-tailed bird. The female in the pink dress said slowly, as if she was replying to Zhao Feng. The tail feathers of a phoenix-tailed bird? Zhao Feng revealed a surprised expression. That's right. The phoenix-tailed bird race is related to the legendary phoenix. Their tail feathers are extremely precious. Not only are they precious resources, but they might also contain the origin flame of the phoenix-tailed bird. After Yu Hen finished speaking, the group flew toward Phoenix Forest. As they got closer, they could hear the sounds of fighting coming from many places in Phoenix Forest. Zhao Feng's gaze passed through the outer area of Phoenix Forest and saw a group of 3 fighting with a rank 3 true god phoenix-tailed bird. The phoenix-tailed bird was relatively small, but its colorful tail feathers were longer than its body. Flames of all kinds burned on its long tail feathers. Whoosh! The phoenix-tailed bird spat out countless thin threads of fire that formed a dense net of fire as it fought with the 3 experts around it. What powerful control! Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. His gaze passed through Phoenix Forest and clearly observed this battle. The phoenix-tailed bird had very precise control over the strange flames in its body. It had merged all of the power of the flames into one thin thread. If one was caught by this thread, one could imagine the consequences. Perhaps it was because the phoenix-tailed bird had such precise control over flames, but they still chose to live in the forest, even though they specialized in using fire. As Zhao Feng was watching the phoenix-tailed bird fight, he suddenly heard a voice that he hated not far away. "Big brother, it's that brat, Zhao Feng." Hu Cheng was overjoyed when he saw Zhao Feng flying over. When he and his big brother found Zhao Feng, the beast horde happened to arrive, so Zhao Feng was able to escape. He didn't think that he would see Zhao Feng again in such a big, wild, ancient secret dimension. Enemies were bound to meet. Oh, I'll kill him this time. Hu Sang's gaze also left Phoenix Forest and looked toward Zhao Feng. There are 5 of them. Hu Sang's expression changed slightly. This time, there were 4 more people next to Zhao Feng. Although he couldn't see their bloodlines, their auras were not ordinary and should be very strong. However, there were even more people from the blue-scaled race, next to Hu Sang. There were 8 of them. Brother Zhao! Wei Ku saw Zhao Feng, and his face was filled with joy. He had coincidentally encountered such a terrifying beast horde that day, and he was relieved to see that Zhao Feng was fine. On the other hand, Ma Lingshi was a bit worried. If they met Zhao Feng again, Hu Cheng wouldn't let Zhao Feng go for sure. Whoosh! Hu Cheng and Hu Sang flew out and blocked in front of Zhao Feng and Yu Hen. The other people from the blue-scaled race also noticed their actions. Everyone, this person has a feud with the blue-scaled race. Leave him here. Hu Sang's expression was calm, but his tone was forceful as he pointed at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't have an ancient bloodline, but the others did, so they definitely weren't from the same race. Hu Sang believed that the other 4 wouldn't offend the 8 people from the blue-scaled race, just for Zhao Feng. He's my friend. Yu Hen's gaze scanned over the 2 in front of him and said calmly. The tall female had a smile on her face as she looked at the situation in front of her and didn't say anything. The tall male hadn't said anything on the way here. He offended us. Hu Sang revealed a ruthless expression. Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi glared at Hu Sang and Yu Hen in anger, but they didn't dare to say anything. Of the 8 members of the blue-scaled race present, aside from them and the Hu clan brothers, there was also the strongest quasi-god of the blue-scaled race, quasi-god Lani. The other 3 true gods were biased towards Hu Sang and quasi-god Lani, so they wouldn't pay any attention to them. The 3 elders of the blue-scaled race shook their heads and walked over. Everyone, don't cause trouble just for a peak mystic light realm. The tone of the 3 elders wasn't as forceful as Hu Sang's, but it contained a faint threat. They meant that if Yu Hen and company didn't hand over Zhao Feng, they would be offending the 8 people from the blue-scaled race. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed, and coldness flashed through his eyes. Of the 8 members of the blue-scaled race in front of him, besides the 4 he recognized, there was 1 youth and 3 elders. Only 2 of them were rank 3 true gods. If Zhao Feng wanted to run, they wouldn't be able to catch up. However, Zhao Feng had spent a lot of time searching for Phoenix Forest. How could he return empty-handed? Are you threatening the golden-armed race? Yu Hen's handsome expression instantly became cold, and a sharp light flashed through his eyes. Strange golden patterns suddenly appeared on his clenched right fist. Following that, his entire arm shone with a dazzling golden radiance. A suffocating pressure immediately spread out. Golden-armed race. The expressions of the 3 elders, Hu Cheng and Hu Sang, changed, and they squeezed out a smile. I didn't expect you to be a quasi-god prodigy of the golden-armed race. I was wrong. The golden-armed race was the strongest 4.5-star power, and it had a high chance of becoming a peak 4-star power. It wasn't something a normal 4.5-star power like the blue-scaled race could compare to. This is all a misunderstanding. We mistook you for someone else. Hu Cheng had an ugly expression and could only say this. The golden-armed race wanted to protect Zhao Feng, so they couldn't really do anything. On the other side, battle intent flashed through quasi-god Lan Ye's eyes as he watched this coldly. Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi were surprised. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to have such a good relationship with the golden-armed race. The other experts in the surroundings also noticed the situation, and their gazes landed on the golden-armed race group. I didn't think that the golden-armed race would also target Phoenix Forest this time, but they only have a few people, and they aren't a match for the big forces in Phoenix Forest. The squads gathered around were not members of powerful forces, so they had not moved yet. If you mistook me for someone else, then apologize to my friend. Yu Hen's expression didn't change as he said coldly, "What?" Hu Cheng and Hu Sang were clearly unwilling. There were so many people watching, and they had gone up to cause trouble, but they still had to apologize in the end. Hurry up and apologize. There are too many people here. We can't become enemies with the golden-armed race. The rank 3 true god elder of the blue-scaled race messaged the 2 Hu brothers. Sorry, we mistook you for someone else. The 2 Hu brothers lowered their heads and spoke in an unwilling tone. Let's go. The coldness in Zhao Feng's eyes disappeared. These 2 couldn't do anything to him because of the golden-armed race, and Zhao Feng couldn't kill them because of the blue-scaled race. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden-armed race group and Zhao Feng immediately left this place and headed toward Phoenix Forest. Damn it, the golden-armed race hasn't even become a peak 4-star power, but they're already so arrogant. Hu Sang's face was bright red as he cursed in a low voice. There are too many people here. We can't openly offend the golden-armed race, the elders said in a low voice. They were both 4.5-star powers, but the blue-scaled race had the advantage of numbers. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if they had to act so submissively. Let's go in as well, the elders said. Hu Cheng and Hu Sang looked at each other. They understood what the elder meant, and they couldn't help but reveal cold smiles. Chapter 1179. Very quickly, everyone approached the Phoenix Forest. Every single plant that made up the Phoenix Forest was an extremely valuable material. Furthermore, these plants were extremely tough and difficult to destroy. Thank you, Brother Yu, Zhao Feng said with a faint smile. The golden-armed race group had only met Zhao Feng on the road, and they didn't have a close relationship. However, they still helped Zhao Feng solve this problem. This was something that Zhao Feng didn't expect. No need to be so polite. There are only 3 people from the golden-armed race in Phoenix Forest, and we still need the help of Brother Zhao and this senior. Yu Hen said with a faint smile as his gaze swept across Zhao Feng and the azure-robed elder. The azure-robed elder didn't say anything from the beginning to the end, but no one suspected anything because the tall male from the golden-armed race also didn't say anything. Being in Phoenix Forest, they could clearly hear the sounds of fighting from many directions. "Look, there's a phoenix nest over there," Yu Hen said excitedly as he looked at a certain direction. Not far in front of him, many trees and vines formed a ball, emitting a warm and refreshing fragrance. Phoenix nest. Zhao Feng was slightly confused. Shouldn't the phoenix nest be the place of fortune in Phoenix Forest? Why was it so easy to see? This is the phoenix nest in the outer area, and it's where many phoenix-tailed birds live. At the center of Phoenix Forest, there's a gigantic phoenix nest, and the strongest and most beautiful phoenix-tailed birds live there. The phoenix nest in the center is the place of fortune. The girl in the pink dress knew what Zhao Feng was confused about and slowly explained. Human dye. As they were chatting, the phoenix-tailed bird in the phoenix nest flew over and spat out several rainbow-colored flames. "Let me!" Yu Hen roared as the terrifying bloodline in his body started to boil, and a golden light surrounded his right arm. This phoenix-tailed bird only had the strength of a rank 2 true god, and Yu Hen alone was enough to deal with it. Zhao Feng also wanted to see the strength of this genius from the golden-armed race. Wang, a shiny golden arm appeared on Yu Hen's right arm. It seemed to be made of metal, and it looked extremely powerful. Gold-killing fist. Yu Hen raised his arm and directly punched out a fierce and overbearing golden fist shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The phoenix-tailed sparrow did not dare to underestimate the opponent's power. It spat out many different colored flame threads from its mouth, forming a colorful flame net that wrapped around Yu Hen's attack. Boom! Yu Hen's golden halo broke through the shackles of the colorful flame net, but the power of this attack had been greatly weakened. In the end, it landed on the ancient vines behind it. However, to Zhao Feng's surprise, Yu Hen's weakened golden fist did not cause much damage to the ancient vines in Phoenix Forest. The speed of the phoenix-tailed bird was extremely fast. It dragged countless colorful flames behind it as it flew toward Yu Hen, as if it wanted to cut him into countless pieces. Golden wave blade. Yu Hen changed his method of attack. His right hand formed a palm and slashed out countless sharp, golden wavy blades. Rumble. The phoenix-tailed bird with the strength of a rank 2 true god was unable to harm Yu Hen at all, so it immediately escaped. Let's go to the phoenix nest. After forcing the phoenix-tailed bird back, Yu Hen did not chase after it. After all, the phoenix-tailed bird specialized in speed, and it was like a fish in water in the Phoenix Forest, which was filled with ancient trees. Therefore, the phoenix-tailed bird did not leave right away, even though there were so many intruders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group went straight to the place where the phoenix-tailed bird had been. This is the 9-orifice blood energy grass, purple heart, golden flower. Zhao Feng looked around and saw many precious natural resources. They were like colorful rainbows that decorated the interior of the phoenix nest. The phoenix-tailed bird likes to decorate their phoenix nest with colorful natural resources to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Also, the medicinal effects of all the natural resources will increase in the places where the phoenix-tailed bird has lived, and the medicinal effects will be better than those in other places. Yu Hen said with a smile. He then took away all the resources in the phoenix nest. This phoenix-tailed bird was forced back by Yu Hen, and the phoenix nest was in the outer region. The resources inside were not very precious, so the group did not pay much attention to it. What a strange phoenix forest. Zhao Feng felt that the world was so big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Every race had their own habits and beliefs. The place where the phoenix-tailed birds lived should be the best place to gather cultivation resources. Furthermore, there were all kinds of natural resources, which was why the Phoenix Forest had attracted so many forces and experts. The group flew into the inner region and soon found another phoenix nest. There were 2 phoenix-tailed birds with the strength of rank 2 true gods in this phoenix nest. There was nothing to say when the 2 sides met, and they immediately started to fight. This time, the female in the palatial dress and the azure-robed elder attacked. Wang, the azure-robed elder, was very strong, and he immediately gained the upper hand and suppressed the phoenix-tailed birds. A cultivator that cultivates the Tao of Lightning is very strong. Yu Hen and the tall male looked at the azure-robed elder a few times. In the end, the 2 phoenix-tailed birds escaped with injuries, and the azure-robed elder took away 60% of the resources in the phoenix nest. So many phoenix nests! Zhao Feng looked forward. The closer they got to the center, the more concentrated the phoenix nests were. There were at least 2 phoenix-tailed birds in each phoenix nest, and they were very strong. Sacred, lightning, dominating body. This time, Zhao Feng circulated his sacred, lightning body and charged out. The azure-robed elder and the female in the palatial dress went with him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless strands of fire shot toward them. Although the flames were thin, the power contained within them couldn't be underestimated. God-destroying finger! Zhao Feng quickly waved his fingers in the air as he circulated the metal of wind lightning. Countless rays of golden light shot in every direction and sliced apart the strands of fire that came into contact with them. Whoosh! The extremely destructive and indestructible golden fingertips left countless cuts on the tough ancient trees in the surroundings. Let's go. These humans are very strong. Every time the phoenix-tailed birds couldn't win, they would quickly retreat. Brother Zhao, you're very strong, Yu Hen said with a smile. The tall middle-aged male also looked deeply at Zhao Feng. Although Zhao Feng's strength wasn't outstanding, it was still shocking to have such strength at the peak stages of the mystic light realm. This is a water line's sacred spirit flower. When the group arrived at the phoenix nest, the female in the palatial dresses eyes locked onto a certain herb and exclaimed. The water line's sacred spirit flower was said to be a treasure that cultivated the Tao of water. The unique ripples on it were the symbol of laws and could be merged into the sacred power whirlpool to stabilize it. This way, when one broke through to the heavenly divine realm in the future, they would be able to create an even stronger divine stage. One could say that it was a treasure that could allow demigods to break through to higher realms, and it was very useful for cultivators that cultivated the Tao of water and ice. Although there weren't many ripples on this water line's sacred spirit flower, it was still a treasure that could only be found. I'll give this treasure to Brother Zhao and this senior, Yu Hen said after the 3 from the golden-armed race communicated with each other. Then I'll take it. Zhao Feng was interested in this water line's sacred spirit flower, which was why he led them to this phoenix nest. Zhao Feng cultivated the Tao of the 5 elements, so this water line's sacred spirit flower was useful to him. Furthermore, this water line's sacred spirit flower could also lure out the people behind them. Wait! Just as Zhao Feng expected, urgent roars came from behind them. Whoosh! 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 Several figures flashed in front of them. It was the people from the blue-scaled race. The expressions of the 3 from the golden-armed race became grim. They didn't expect the people from the blue-scaled race to be following them. Brother Zhao, the people from the blue-scaled race want to kill you. Find a chance to run. Wei Ke's soul message suddenly sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. Zhao Feng paused for a moment before revealing a faint smile and not minding it. Why are the people from the blue-scaled race following us? Yu Hen's expression was grim as he questioned. We just happened to pass by here. A rank 3 true god from the blue-scaled race said calmly. There were no other forces nearby, and the blue-scaled race had 8 people, while the golden-armed race only had 5. Did they need to be polite with the golden-armed race? The water-lined sacred spirit flower is most suitable for cultivators that cultivate the Tao of water. I hope that the golden-armed race can give this treasure to us. Another rank 2 true god said. He wanted the golden-armed race to give this treasure to them. Yu Hen and the female in palace clothes had grim expressions. If they fought head-on, they would be the ones at a disadvantage, and there was no need for them to fight over a water-lined sacred spirit flower. This treasure is already Brother Zhao's. If Brother Zhao doesn't have any objections, there's no harm in giving it to you. If Brother Zhao doesn't agree, then don't force him. Yu Hen didn't have the domineering aura he had outside of Phoenix Forest, and he pushed the choice to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, hand it over. Hu Sang revealed a wicked smile. Hand over the water lines, sacred spirit flower. You don't have the right to possess this treasure. Quasi-God Lan Yi of the blue-scaled race stepped forward, his face cold as he barked. Quasi-God Lan Yi was the strongest quasi-god prodigy of the blue-scaled race. The water line's sacred spirit flower's value to him was self-evident. The blue-scaled race was originally planning on ambushing the golden-armed race and company. They didn't want to kill the golden-armed race. They just wanted to kill Zhao Feng and scare the golden-armed race. However, at this moment, their first goal was to obtain the water line's sacred spirit flower, and their second goal was to kill Zhao Feng. Then what right do you have? Zhao Feng had a calm expression and didn't panic at all. A measly ant won't even be able to last one move against me. Quasi-God Lan Yi had an arrogant expression as he glanced at Zhao Feng in disdain. A peak stage mystic light realm dared to talk to him about right? Zhao Feng didn't know his place. Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? You take 3 moves, and if I can't block them, then this water-lined sacred spirit flower will be yours. Zhao Feng said with a smile as a golden blue flower appeared in his hand. Profound symbols of laws and laws flowed around it. Quasi-God Lan Yi just said that Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to take 1 move from him. And now that Zhao Feng was making a bet with Quasi-God Lan Yi, Quasi-God Lan Yi would take 3 moves. Quasi-God Lan Yi wouldn't be able to reject this. The expressions of the golden-armed race trio paused for a moment. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to say something like this, but they were very confident in Zhao Feng. No one from the blue-scaled race frowned. They didn't think that Zhao Feng would be able to take 3 moves from Quasi-God Lan Yi. Under normal circumstances, Quasi-God Lan Yi would be able to kill a group of peak-stage mystic light realms with just 1 attack. However, Zhao Feng was indeed not normal, and he definitely had some confidence in making the bet. After 3 moves, the water line's sacred spirit flower will be mine. Quasi-God Lan Yi's eyebrows rose up as he said, confidently. They had seen Zhao Feng's strength when they were following behind the golden-armed race trio. He was indeed very strong, and he was comparable to a normal rank 2 true god. However, Quasi-God Lan Yi had the record of killing a rank 2 true god. Furthermore, there was no reason for Quasi-God Lan Yi to reject Zhao Feng's challenge. He was confident that he would be able to severely injure Zhao Feng in 3 moves. This way, he might even be able to kill Zhao Feng after obtaining the water line's sacred spirit flower and use that to scare the arrogant, golden-armed race trio. If I can block 3 of your moves, shouldn't you say something? I'm sure that Quasi-God Lan Yi has some treasures on him. Zhao Feng revealed a smile. Quasi-God Lan Yi paused for a moment. Zhao Feng thought that Zhao Feng could block 3 moves from him. Humph. Then I'll use this golden god crystal as the wager. Quasi-God Lan Yi flipped his hand, and a glittering golden crystal bead appeared in his hand. After following the golden-armed race, Quasi-God Lan Yi knew that Zhao Feng specialized in the laws of metal. If he took out this golden god crystal, Zhao Feng wouldn't say anything. Chapter 1180. The other members of the blue-scaled race and the golden-armed race instinctively retreated several dozen miles. The golden-armed race had a good impression of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had even chased after Ho Qing before. Although he might have had the help of the Elder in Azure, Zhao Feng's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. The blue-scaled race was obviously very confident. One had to know that quasi-god Lan Yi had killed a rank 2 true god before. How could a measly peak mystic light realm block 3 moves from Lan Yi? However, what the blue-scaled race didn't know was that Zhao Feng had also killed a rank 2 true god before, and that true god Gili was extremely strong in the Tao of Ghosts. It's not too late to regret. As long as you kneel on the ground and admit your wrongs, then hand over the Waterline's sacred spirit flower to me. The blue-scaled race won't kill you. Quasi-god Lan Yi looked down arrogantly. For him, fighting against a peak mystic light realm was a form of humiliation. If the blue-scaled race could kill me, they would have done so a long time ago. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile. These words were obviously looking down on the blue-scaled race. They had met twice, but they hadn't been able to kill him either time. You don't know what's good for you. Quasi-god Lan Ye's eyes went cold. Zhao Feng's attitude made him extremely unhappy. He needed to step on Zhao Feng to vent the hatred in his heart. Green wave palm. A green wave of water appeared around quasi-god Lan Ye's body and merged into his right palm. Boom! He slapped out with his palm, and it was as if a huge wave was crashing into the sky. The pressure was boundless, and there seemed to be a huge shadow of an ancient race within the palm light. Quasi-god Lan Ye's casual palm contained a wisp of bloodline power. He wanted to defeat Zhao Feng with absolute advantage, but he didn't want to use his strongest hidden cards. Earth Lightning Sacred Armor. Zhao Feng immediately circulated his sacred lightning body and condensed the earth of wind lightning, forming a dark yellow armor around him. Boom! Quasi-god Lan Yi thrust out a palm that landed on the dark yellow lightning armor around Zhao Feng. Rumble! After a while, Zhao Feng's earth lightning sacred armor shattered, and quasi-god Lan Ye's palm landed on Zhao Feng's chest. Dang, dang, dang! Zhao Feng took 3 steps back and steadied himself. His face was slightly pale. My luck isn't bad. I actually managed to block that palm. Quasi-god Lan Ye's eyes were indifferent. Looks like Zhao Feng will lose the 3-move agreement. Quasi-god Lan Ye's palm just now was just a test. The 3 elders of the blue-scaled clan communicated via voice transmission, and a sense of complacency and pride surged out from between their brows. The gazes of the 3 from the golden-armed race darkened. Zhao Feng didn't seem to be having an easy time. He hid his strength. At this moment, the tall male from the golden-armed race messaged the other 2. I see. Yu Hen nodded. Based on Zhao Feng's performance just now, he should have been able to block quasi-god Lan Ye's palm. However, Zhao Feng deliberately showed weakness. The second move, quasi-god Lan Yi proudly declared. Who? Quasi-god Lan Yi waved his hand, grasping the invisible intent of water. After understanding Zhao Feng's strength, quasi-god Lan Yi was confident that this move could defeat Zhao Feng. Boom! Quasi-god Lan Yi immediately activated the bloodline of the blue-scaled race, and the blue scales on his body instantly became extremely clear. His skin also became a deep blue like the ocean. Lose! Quasi-god Lan Yi attacked, and a terrifying palm of water and scales howled toward Zhao Feng. Earth Lightning Sacred Armor. Sacred Lightning Protection. Zhao Feng revealed an expression of putting all his strength into this attack. He used 2 defensive techniques and activated the sacred lightning body to an even greater extent. Pum! The palm of light clashed with the defense. After a while, Zhao Feng's defense shattered, and the remaining power landed on Zhao Feng's body. Thump, thump! This time, Zhao Feng retreated 4 steps, and his expression became even uglier. It was as if he had reached his limit. He blocked it? Quasi-god Lan Yi was slightly surprised. Zhao Feng had barely managed to block the first move, and his second move was at least twice as strong as the first, but Zhao Feng was still able to block it. Quasi-Godlon, you wasn't the only one surprised. The three elders from the blue-scaled race and the Hu brothers were also surprised. They could feel the difference between Quasi-Godlon Ye's two moves, but Zhao Feng was still able to barely block it. He calculated the power of Quasi-Godlon Ye's attacks, so he can barely block them every time. The tall male from the golden-armed race messaged the other two members of the golden-armed race. Zhao Feng has the ability to do this? Yu Hen was slightly shocked. Zhao Feng calculated the power of quasi-god Lan Ye's attacks. This was the only way to explain why Zhao Feng was able to block two moves of different power. If Zhao Feng had displayed strong battle power from the start, quasi-god Lan Yi would have used his full strength as well. What a good plan! The female in the pink dress smiled. You'll definitely lose after the third move. Quasi-god Lan Ye's eyebrows furrowed. The brat in front of him looked weird and was able to block two of his moves. Wong boom! Quasi-god Lan Ye's bloodline power became even stronger, and waves started to surge around him as he unleashed a powerful intent. Everyone knew that Quasi-god Lan Yi was about to use a divine technique. Lan Yi, this brat calculated the power of your attacks. He's faking his injuries. Don't be tricked by him. Use your killing move. A rank 3 true god from the blue-scaled race urgently messaged Quasi-god Lan Yi at this moment. What? Quasi-god Lan Ye's mind went blank. Although he couldn't believe it, he realized that it was indeed the case after thinking about it. This was the so-called bystander seeing more clearly than the person directly involved. Quasi-god Lan Ye's talent was stronger than the elders, but he couldn't see it at all. However, Quasi-god Lan Yi didn't act recklessly. He still acted like he was going to use a divine technique. Green wave palm. Lan Ye's quasi-god intent palm shot out. However, a faint blue long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and a wisp of cold water flowed across it. Slash! Quasi-god Lan Yi was already prepared. The moment he took out the divine weapon, he circulated his bloodline and divine power and slashed out so quickly that no one could react. Shameless and despicable, Yu Hen revealed a disdainful expression. Quasi-god Lan Yi, a prodigy of the blue-scaled race and a peak rank 2 expert, used such a despicable method against a peak mystic light realm. The 3 elders from the blue-scaled race revealed faint smiles. They didn't think that they would tell Quasi-god Lan Yi about this, and Quasi-god Lan Yi decided to use a killing move at the last moment. Caught off guard, Zhao Feng was very likely to be killed by Quasi-god Lan Yi in one move. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Quasi-god Lan Yi. Wang, the deep blue sword slashed toward Zhao Feng, carrying with it a boundless wave of cold water. However, to everyone's surprise, a black metal longsword had appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. Wang, easy. The power of the lightning fire obliteration furiously poured into the sword, and the green lines on the black metal longsword started to glow. Swish! Schwa! Zhao Feng also unleashed a fierce scarlet gold sword slash after circulating his sacred lightning body. Boom! Boom! The 2 ferocious sword techniques clashed together, and a terrifying shockwave swept in every direction. The sturdy trees on both sides were instantly shattered. Wang boom! A dim scarlet gold sword slash flew toward Quasi-god Lan Yi in the storm of destruction swords. How is this possible? Quasi-god Lan Yi, who was still in shock, wasn't able to react in time. He was hit by this sword that wasn't very powerful and was forced back several steps as blood leaked out of his mouth. Quasi-god Lan Yi touched the wound on his body and was stunned. He had been injured by a peak mystic light realm. You dare to injure me! Quasi-god Lan Ye's bloodline power started to burn as a terrifying ancient pressure swept forward. What? A prodigy of the blue-scaled race doesn't want to admit defeat? Yu Hen didn't back down. He circulated his golden-armed race bloodline and arrived next to Zhao Feng. Even he didn't expect Zhao Feng to hide his strength so deeply. Yu Hen finally realized that when quasi-god Lan Yi used the third move, Zhao Feng was already prepared to use his true strength. This was why Zhao Feng wasn't scared of quasi-god Lan Yi's sudden attack. What he didn't expect was that even though they were both using divine weapons, Zhao Feng's attack still had the upper hand. Although quasi-god Lan Yi attacked in a hurry and wasn't prepared, quasi-god Lan Yi's divine power was stronger than Zhao Feng's. This meant that Zhao Feng's divine weapon was of a higher quality than quasi-god Lan Yi's. Lan Yi, stop! At this moment, the three elders of the blue-scaled race quickly stopped him. They were extremely angry and unwilling, but the blue-scaled race wasn't confident that they could kill all 5 people in front of them. Once the people from the ancient desolate realm of gods found out that the blue-scaled race lost the bet and attacked them, even if they managed to kill Zhao Feng in the end, the blue-scaled race's reputation would be greatly damaged. If they could kill all 5 people in front of them, the 3 elders definitely wouldn't stop quasi-god Lan Yi. Moreover, the battle between quasi-god Lan Yi and Zhao Feng seemed to have attracted the attention of other experts in Phoenix Forest. Zhao Feng, quasi-god Lan Yi will remember you. Quasi-god Lan Yi suppressed the anger in his heart, and his expression gradually calmed down. However, the cold killing intent in his eyes became even thicker. Whoosh! A shiny golden pearl flew toward Zhao Feng, but the people of the blue-scaled race had already left. It really is a golden god crystal. Zhao Feng looked at the shining golden pearl in his hand and put it into his interspatial dimension. Clap, clap. The sound of clapping could be heard right after the people of the blue-scaled race left. Brother Yu Hen, which force does this genius belong to? Hurry up and introduce him to me. A black figure floated over. Quasi-god Jian Feng. Yu Hen's eyes focused as he looked at this confident figure. I met Brother Zhao, who was chasing after Ho Qing on the way here, so I decided to go with you. Yu Hen started to introduce Zhao Feng, but he realized that he didn't know much about Zhao Feng, so he could only say a few words. Zhao Feng saw that Yu Hen was treating this person so seriously, so he must be very strong. Zhao Feng couldn't help but size him up. Chasing after Ho Qing, quasi-god Jian Feng was slightly surprised, and he stared at Zhao Feng. The Sky Haze race that quasi-god Jian Feng was from was a peak 4-star force like the Sky Water Yao race, and Ho Qing's reputation in the Sky Water Yao race was not ordinary. It wasn't a big deal that Zhao Feng tricked quasi-god Lan Yi, but it was completely different that he dared to chase after Ho Qing. Yu Hen didn't say what race Zhao Feng was from. Could it be that the force that Zhao Feng was from was very strong? It must be so, or else why would he dare to come to Phoenix Forest? Phoenix Forest is the main area of attack for the Sky Water Yao race, and there are many members of the Sky Water Yao race there. Quasi-god Jian Feng paid even more attention to Zhao Feng. Brother Yu Hen, there are only 5 of you, and it'll be very hard for you to find any great fortune in Phoenix Forest. Why don't you help the Sky Haze race? Quasi-god Jian Feng said. Quasi-god Jian Feng was originally discussing the strategy to attack the Central Phoenix nest, but he sensed the bloodline of the golden-armed race, so he came over to take a look. The battle power of the golden-armed race and company was very strong. If they were willing to help the Sky Haze race, they would have a greater chance of attacking the Central Phoenix nest. Brother Zhao, the Sky Haze race that quasi-god Jian Feng is from, is preparing to attack the Central Phoenix nest. Why don't we go and take a look? Yu Hen looked at Zhao Feng as if asking for his opinion. The Central Phoenix nest. Zhao Feng's heart moved. Only a peak 4-star force would dare to attack the Central Phoenix nest. The main reason why Zhao Feng came to Phoenix Forest was to fish in troubled waters and get some benefits. Chapter 1181. Quasi-god Jianfeng led the golden-armed race, Zhaofeng and company toward the center of Phoenix Forest. Everyone saw a group of almost 20 people in the distance. They were currently gathered together and discussing how to attack the central Phoenix nest. These 20 people all had extraordinary auras. Almost all of them had the strength of a rank 2 true god or higher. Zhaofeng couldn't even determine the cultivation of some of them. There was a phoenix nest that was as big as a palace 100 miles in front of these 20 people. It was extremely beautiful and gave off an alluring fragrance. That's the central phoenix nest. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on it and instantly saw through it. Inside the phoenix nest, all kinds of colorful lights were even more dazzling. They were the lights of natural materials and rich fragrances. Going one level deeper, there were countless phoenix-tailed birds. The phoenix-tailed birds could be differentiated by the length and color of their tail feathers. What a terrifying number! Zhao Feng was stunned. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to attack this place even with the help of the ancient beast horde. In fact, Zhao Feng wouldn't even dare to attack. Quasi-god Jianfeng has returned. That's someone from the golden-armed race. Yu Hen was also a strong quasi-god prodigy of the golden-armed race, so the experts of other forces had heard of him. Zhao Feng saw everyone's reaction. It seemed like everyone was very respectful toward quasi-god Jianfeng. From the looks of it, this person's status in the Sky Haze race wasn't low. Why is there another peak mystic light realm? A quasi-god prodigy with silver-gray skin had disdain in his eyes. Everyone else's gazes landed on Zhao Feng with surprise. Most of the people that entered the wild, ancient secret dimension were quasi-gods, or true gods. This was their first time seeing a mystic light realm expert. In fact, they had never even heard of a mystic light realm expert entering the wild, ancient secret dimension. This is Brother Yu Hen from the golden-armed race, and this is Brother Zhao. They're here to help us attack the central phoenix nest. Quasi-god Jianfeng introduced the golden-armed race, Zhao Feng in company with a smile. Everyone paused for a moment. When quasi-god Jianfeng introduced the five, he especially introduced Yu Hen and Zhao Feng. This made them very curious. What race did Zhao Feng come from for him to be mentioned on the same level as Yu Hen? With the golden-armed race joining us, our chances are obviously higher, but this so has never heard of this brother Zhao Feng before. The silver-skinned quasi-god looked coldly at Zhao Feng and emphasized the words peak mystic light realm. The experts present didn't say anything. This was what they were curious about as well. Haha, I haven't heard of him either. But don't underestimate him. Quasi-god Jianfeng gave a carefree laugh and said nothing more. Zhao Feng and Feng. Was this person at the peak stages of the mystic light realm very strong? However, when they saw how friendly quasi-god Jianfeng was toward Zhao Feng, the experts in the group, who looked down on Zhao Feng, did not say anything. The golden-armed race, Zhao Feng and company approached the group and started to discuss how to attack the central phoenix nest. There are two other forces in the north and south. We need to enter the central phoenix nest before them. A true god in a flowery robe said decisively, "So that's how it is." Zhao Feng nodded his head. If they only relied on the 20, or so people here, they definitely wouldn't be a match for the phoenix-tailed birds in the central phoenix nest. It was even possible that they would be wiped out. If there were 3 groups like this, they would have almost 70 true god experts, and their strength would be on par with the phoenix-tailed bird race. Although these 3 forces all had their own plans and wouldn't work together to attack, they had already made an agreement. All 3 forces had to attack at the same time. Only then would they be able to stall all the phoenix-tailed birds in the phoenix nest. Zhao Feng then found out that the Sky Water Yao race was one of the 3 forces, and it was the strongest one at that. The phoenix-tailed birds specialize in using fire, So the cultivators of the Tao of Fire below, rank 3 True God, will be at the back, while the cultivators of the Tao of Ice and Water will be the main attackers. A plain-clothed elder from the Sky Haze race said. When the old man opened his mouth, almost everyone present shut their mouths and listened quietly. Zhao Feng understood that this true god from the Sky Haze race was probably the strongest person in this group. The Tao of Fire will be at the back, and the Water Tao will be the main attackers. Zhao Feng was slightly hesitant. The phoenix-tailed birds specialized in using fire. If an expert with a low cultivation used fire, the power of the fire would be sucked away by the phoenix-tailed birds. Therefore, the cultivators of the Tao of Fire with a low cultivation would be at the back. Although this was safer, they would gain the least. The cultivators of the Tao of Ice and Water would be the main attackers. They would be at the very front and would be in the most danger, so they would gain the most. Zhao Feng specialized in both the Tao of Fire and the Tao of Ice and Water, so he didn't know if he should be the main attacker or at the back. Okay, everyone should know where they are now. The plain-clothed elder had a serious expression. Everyone present nodded their heads and knew where they were. Brother Zhao, your cultivation is the weakest, so you should be at the back in case you lose your life. At this moment, the silver-skinned quasi-god smiled at Zhao Feng, but his smile was rather cold and sinister. Everyone understood that this person was purposefully provoking Zhao Feng so that Zhao Feng would be the main attacker. However, how was this possible? Even if Zhao Feng specialized in the Tao of Ice and Water, his cultivation was too low. It was impossible for him to be the main attacker. Apart from the silver-skinned quasi-god, several other experts also looked at Zhao Feng with disdain. Zhao Feng glanced at this person, but didn't say anything. He was also thinking about this problem. The quasi-god that provoked Zhao Feng saw that Zhao Feng didn't say anything, so he didn't continue to provoke him. After all, this person was related to quasi-god Jian Feng and the golden-armed race, and they were at a crucial moment in attacking the phoenix nest. Attack! The plain-clothed elder suddenly spoke. It was obvious that he had received a message from the experts of the other 3 groups. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost 20 true gods charged forward, and Zhao Feng was at the back of the group. Humph! Trash! The silver-skinned quasi-god mocked when he saw that Zhao Feng was at the back of the group. Of the 3 forces, the Sky-Water-Yao race is the strongest, so I can't be the strongest. This was why Zhao Feng didn't choose to be the main attacker. Ho Qing's status in the Sky-Water-Yao race was definitely very high. If he saw Zhao Feng, he definitely wouldn't let him go. There were many experts of the Sky-Water-Yao race here, so Zhao Feng couldn't do anything to him. Zhao Feng looked deeply at the golden-armed race members in front of him. The multicolored phoenix nest became bigger and bigger in his vision. Many phoenix-tailed birds suddenly flew out of the phoenix nest. Each phoenix-tailed bird had a different color, but they were all extremely beautiful. Kill! The plain-clothed elder charged at the front of the Sky Haze race group and waved his arm, releasing the terrifying pressure of a true god. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless light blue wind blades surrounded the old man. With a slight thought, all the wind blades were controlled by the old man. He could change them at will and look down on them. Rank 4 True God. Zhao Feng's expression changed. The aura that this elder gave off was definitely that of a rank 4 True God. According to what Zhao Feng knew, almost every force in the Gulong Zone had a rank 4 True God, and there were even rank 5 True Gods that came to the wild, ancient, secret dimension. However, it was extremely hard to meet an expert above the rank 4 True God realm in the wild, ancient, secret dimension. This plain-clothed elder was the first rank 4 True God that Zhao Feng had met in the ancient dream realm. Many phoenix-tailed birds suddenly appeared behind the Sky Haze race group. These were the phoenix-tailed birds that lived outside of the central phoenix nest. When the central phoenix nest was attacked, they would naturally come. However, correspondingly, The strength and bloodline of these phoenix-tailed birds were weaker. Go, stop them! Don't let them disturb the main attacker of the group. A powerful, rank 2 true god roared, and a terrifying green flame appeared around his body. Hurry up and attack! Although your cultivation is low, don't think about slacking off since you're participating. A quasi-god prodigy from the Sky Haze race shouted at Zhao Feng. 1. Zhao Feng circulated the fire of wind lightning and thrust out a flaming palm. Boom! 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 3 weak phoenix-tailed birds were pushed back dozens of yards by Zhao Feng's palm, and they were corroded by the power of God Tribulation lightning. The eyes of the Sky Haze race prodigy froze when he saw how terrifying Zhao Feng's palm was, but he didn't say anything. Although Zhao Feng cultivated the Tao of fire, the fire of wind lightning contained the power of God Tribulation lightning and the power of wind lightning. The phoenix-tailed birds couldn't absorb the power of fire from it. The back is indeed the safest, but it will be difficult to get the good stuff. Zhao Feng's eyes occasionally glanced forward. The water and ice cultivators and the experts of the Sky Haze race kept on attacking the flock of phoenix-tailed birds and approached the phoenix nest in the center. At the same time, the sounds of battle also came from the other 2 directions of the phoenix nest. The 3 sides attacked at the same time, splitting the battle power of the phoenix-tailed bird race. All 3 sides had a chance to charge into the phoenix nest in the center, and what they obtained depended on their luck. No one will be able to enter the phoenix nest in the center of the phoenix-tailed bird race. Right at this moment, a 7-colored flame shot toward the group from the Sky Haze race. Boom! Countless rainbow-colored flames sliced toward them in the air like lines of death. Arg! 2 rank 2 true gods were sliced in half by one of the flames. The flames in their wounds continued to burn, and even their souls were burning. In just a short while, 2 rank 2 true gods had been killed. A rank 5 true god, phoenix-tailed bird. The hearts of the entire group shook, and their footsteps stopped. Don't retreat. Right at this moment, the rank 4 true god of the Sky Haze race led 2 experts in the Tao of Ice and charged out to stall the rank 5 true god, phoenix-tailed bird. Whoosh! 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 Countless flames and blue wind blades intertwined, creating a dazzling scene. There are only a few phoenix-tailed birds in the center of the phoenix nest. Zhao Feng's gaze pierced through everything and looked into the phoenix nest. At this moment, almost all the phoenix-tailed birds had been lured out by the 3 groups, including the rank 5 true god phoenix-tailed bird. This is Waterline's sacred spirit flower, earth spirit fruit, great profound blood clotting Ganoderma. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on the sky full of treasures within the phoenix nest. Waterline's sacred spirit flower was the least valuable of all these treasures, and the quality of these Waterline's sacred spirit flowers was much higher than the one that Zhao Feng had just obtained. Maybe I can directly absorb these treasures. Zhao Feng's eyes spun, and his heart started to beat faster. While all these quasi-gods, true gods, and even rank 4 true gods and rank 5 true gods were fighting, absorbing the treasures in the center of the phoenix nest was an extremely dangerous task. The battle is so intense, they won't be able to find out. Zhao Feng had a sliver of hope, but he still decided to start with the treasures in the outer layer of the phoenix nest to test it out. Spatial movement. A faint ripple of eye bloodline power appeared on one of the treasures in the center of the phoenix nest. At the center of the ripple was the faint outline of a whirlpool. Whoosh! The golden blue flower disappeared into thin air. The next instant, a strange golden blue flower appeared in the dimension of Zhao Feng's left eye. The phoenix-tailed birds that were protecting the phoenix nest didn't seem to realize that the Sky Haze race didn't have any experts that specialized in the laws of space. However, even if they did feel the disturbance in space, They wouldn't think that Zhao Feng was secretly taking the treasures in the phoenix nest. Success! Zhao Feng was slightly excited. Zhao Feng felt a slight sense of accomplishment after stealing a cultivation treasure from several hundred true god experts. However, compared to the treasures that Zhao Feng had just taken, there were still countless other treasures in the phoenix nest. Chapter 1182. There were 3 large battlefields around the phoenix nest that was flashing with 9-colored light. The 3 forces advanced at the same time and started to fight against the phoenix-tailed birds. Under the temptation of benefits, everyone's potential was more or less stimulated. Furthermore, there were more prodigies and quasi-gods in this large group. They were extremely talented, and their increase in strength was the most obvious. Hurry and attack! The phoenix nest is right in front of us. I see golden essence fruit. Sky lotus dark green grass. The main attackers at the very front slowly sent their divine senses into the phoenix nest and saw many cultivation resources that would make anyone go crazy. Zhao Feng was at the very back of the group. With his strength, he would have no problem dealing with the weaker phoenix-tailed birds. Compared to the people at the very front, the people at the back of the group weren't in any danger. However, those at the back of the group obviously wouldn't be able to obtain as much as those at the front. However, there was an exception to everything. At this moment, Zhao Feng had already obtained the rare resources in the phoenix nest before the group even reached it. Zhao Feng's gaze once again landed on an herb. Golden serpent scale fruit, it's you. This time, the resource that Zhao Feng aimed at was even more valuable. A wisp of eye bloodline power appeared on the golden serpent scale fruit, and the outline of a whirlpool appeared in the center of the ripple. Shwa! The next instant, the golden serpent scale fruit disappeared. Great! Zhao Feng was extremely excited as he searched for his next target. In this giant phoenix nest, there were as many precious resources as the stars in the sky. At this point in time, Zhao Feng was dazzled and couldn't take it all in. At this moment, the phoenix-tailed birds were fighting against the 3 forces. No one would have thought that the resources in the phoenix nest would slowly decrease. Every time Zhao Feng took a resource, he would move to a different place and take the next one. The 3 forces continued to push forward and slowly approached the phoenix nest. Let's go. The 3 forces are about to attack the phoenix nest. An elder in a dark corner of Phoenix Forest yelled. Whoosh! 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 8 figures shot toward the phoenix nest. These 8 people were from the blue-scaled race. At the same time, a few more figures flew out from the surroundings of Phoenix Forest. These people were almost all from 4.5-star forces. They had been hiding around the phoenix nest, waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Looks like it won't be long before the 3 forces completely attack the phoenix nest. Zhao Feng estimated in his heart. If the 3 forces were to approach the phoenix nest, the phoenix-tailed sparrow would be forced back into the phoenix nest. By then, Zhao Feng would no longer be able to take the natural resources. While the 3 factions haven't entered the phoenix nest, let's take as much as we can, Zhao Feng became bolder. Within the phoenix nest, a wisp of hidden eye bloodline power enveloped the 2 natural resources. Whoosh! Zhao Feng directly took the 2 cultivation resources. Continue. While fighting, Zhao Feng constantly observed the phoenix nest, locking onto the precious materials he needed. Every time he did so, 2 or 3 precious materials would disappear from the phoenix nest. Who dares to steal my ancient spirit branch? A rank 3 phoenix-tailed bird that was fighting instantly became enraged, and it released its divine sense to scan its surroundings. Wang, the flames on this phoenix-tailed bird's tail instantly increased. It was extremely enraged, and it controlled countless rainbow-colored flames to attack. This phoenix-tailed bird actually left a divine sense mark on the ancient spirit branch. Zhao Feng wiped off his cold sweat. Luckily, This phoenix-tailed bird couldn't sense the ancient spirit branch that Zhao Feng had sucked into the dimension of his god eye. However, after this phoenix-tailed bird started to cause trouble, the other phoenix-tailed birds also noticed the change in the phoenix nest. There were obviously fewer precious materials in the phoenix nest. These phoenix-tailed birds lived in the phoenix nest day and night, so they could tell with one glance what was happening inside. Shameless bastard! How dare you steal the treasures of the phoenix nest? The phoenix-tailed birds instantly became enraged, and they started to attack the three forces. Whoosh! Whoosh! The rainbow-colored flames filled the sky and quickly flew through the phoenix forest. If one wasn't careful, they would be cut or pierced by the flames. Why did these phoenix-tailed birds suddenly go crazy? Suppress it. They're burning their bloodline power, and they won't last for long. The plain-clothed elder from the Sky Haze race roared. The plain-clothed elder had a lot of prestige in the group, and he was like a pillar of support. As long as he didn't fall, the fighting spirit of the entire group wouldn't decrease. Zhao Feng observed the entire situation. Now that the phoenix-tailed birds were on guard, Zhao Feng couldn't recklessly take precious materials like he did just now. I've already obtained enough resources. I'll do it one last time, and then I'll stop. Zhao Feng murmured in his heart as he made his decision. The precious materials that Zhao Feng had just taken were all from the outer perimeter of the phoenix nest. These precious materials were extremely precious to Zhao Feng, but there were even more precious treasures in the center of the phoenix nest. Therefore, this time, Zhao Feng's target was the center of the phoenix nest. This was also the last time, and Zhao Feng would stop after obtaining it. Zhao Feng's left eye looked toward the center of the phoenix nest. Whoosh! The center of the phoenix nest was an independent dimension, and it was like an exquisite bird's nest. Multicolored mist floated in the air, and it was the aura given off by the rare treasures. Purple Night Mysterious Dragon Branch, 6 Transformation Origin Returning Flower. Zhao Feng's heart beat quickly. Even Zhao Feng was moved by every single precious material here. The tail feathers of the phoenix-tailed bird. Zhao Feng's gaze focused on a few abnormally bright and beautiful feathers. Although it was just one feather, there was still a faint flame burning on it. Zhao Feng had heard from the golden-armed race and company about how precious the phoenix-tailed bird's tail feathers were. When a powerful phoenix-tailed bird left its nest, it would leave behind a tail feather, and when it died, it would give its tail feather to its own race. These tail feathers must be a treasure if they're placed in the center of the phoenix nest. Zhao Feng's heart beat quickly. There were other precious resources in this dimension, but Zhao Feng was purely curious about the tail feathers of the phoenix-tailed bird, so he decided to take the tail feathers of the phoenix-tailed bird. This dimension clearly has the ability to counter spatial theft, so I can't just use spatial movement to steal it. This is similar to the crystal wine cabinet in the demigod Forgotten Garden. Zhao Feng didn't act rashly. If he failed, the phoenix-tailed bird might sense it immediately. Looks like I'll need the little thieving cat. Zhao Feng smiled helplessly. Meow meow. A silver-gray little thieving cat suddenly appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder. Its black eyes glittered as it inspected the phoenix nest in the distance. This was the first time Zhao Feng had let the little thieving cat come to the ancient dream realm. But the little thieving cat wasn't very curious and didn't ask anything. The little thieving cat's appearance didn't attract much attention. After all, from the perspective of others, it was just a normal and weak spiritual pet. After communicating with the little thieving cat for a while, Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto the dimension in the center of the phoenix nest. Shwa! A ripple of eye bloodline power spread, and the little thieving cat appeared in the center of the phoenix nest. However, the expressions of the phoenix-tailed birds fighting outside the phoenix nest changed dramatically when the little thieving cat entered the dimension. Sha! Sha! These phoenix-tailed birds were the strongest of all the phoenix-tailed birds, and they were enraged as they stared at the human in front of them with blood-red eyes. Shameless bastard. Don't even think about taking the treasures of the phoenix nest. Almost all the phoenix-tailed birds started to roar in anger. They wanted to return to the phoenix nest, but they were worried that the human would attack the phoenix nest if they left. Little Ling, you go! A rank 5 phoenix-tailed bird roared. A rank 4 phoenix-tailed bird turned into a streak of blue and purple flames and returned to the phoenix nest. The three forces that were attacking with all their might felt confused by the phoenix-tailed birds' strange behavior. This is the second time the phoenix-tailed birds have gone berserk. What's going on? Many people were extremely puzzled. Whoosh! The phoenix-tailed bird quickly entered the phoenix nest. The little thieving cat opened its mouth and swallowed the most precious items in the phoenix nest. Thieving cat, stay here. The phoenix-tailed bird roared as flames started to rise around its body. Countless fiery threads shot toward the little thieving cat with lightning speed. A ripple of eye bloodline power suddenly covered the little thieving cat. Shwa! The little thieving cat's figure disappeared into thin air. Not good. The tail feathers of an ancestor have been stolen. The phoenix-tailed birds had expressions of fear and panic, and they immediately messaged the stronger phoenix-tailed birds in their race. The news of the ancestor's tail feathers being stolen soon spread throughout the phoenix-tailed bird race. Boom! Almost 100 phoenix-tailed birds burned their bloodline power around the phoenix nest, and a terrifying ancient bloodline aura spread into the surroundings. Kill! Kill all of them! They stole the tail feathers left behind by an ancestor. All of the phoenix-tailed birds were enraged and roared. The phoenix-tailed birds were completely enraged after stealing the tail feathers of an ancestor, and they attacked with all their might. Boom! Boom! The bloodlines of the races attacking the phoenix-tailed birds weren't stronger than the phoenix-tailed birds. Some 4.5-star races even had ancient bloodlines that were over 2,000. Under the absolute suppression of the ancient bloodlines, the three forces were at a disadvantage. The tail feathers of the phoenix nest have been stolen. All of the phoenix-tailed birds are enraged. Impossible. We haven't even gotten close to the phoenix nest yet. The three forces were extremely depressed. They had attacked for half a day, and something like this had happened just as they were about to get close to the phoenix nest. This meant that everyone's efforts had been in vain. However, staying alive was the most important thing right now. The phoenix-tailed birds protecting the phoenix nest didn't care about their lives anymore. They were going to fight with their lives on the line. Boom! Whoosh! The dense and terrifying flame threads slashed towards everyone at high speed, not leaving a single gap between them. Retreat! The elder from the Sky Haze race had a grim expression as he sighed and suddenly roared. The aura of this flame. The rank 5 phoenix-tailed bird fighting against the elder felt a familiar flame, and its gaze immediately landed on Zhao Feng. Not good. The hairs on Zhao Feng's body stood on end when the rank 5 phoenix-tailed bird locked onto him, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Whoosh! Zhao Feng quickly retreated, and he became the fastest person in the entire group. Coward, trash! He's very proactive in retreating. Many people from the Sky Haze race said in disdain when they saw how panicked Zhao Feng was and how he was retreating. However, Zhao Feng didn't care about all that. Right now, staying alive was the most important thing. These people hadn't obtained anything, but he had obtained something that even a rank 5 true god would probably be jealous of. As expected of the phoenix-tailed birds, their control over fire has reached such a level. Zhao Feng was stunned. After the little thieving cat took the tail feathers, it was teleported away by Zhao Feng, and it stayed on his shoulder for a while. Therefore, Zhao Feng's body might have had a faint trace of the bloodline aura of fire. Zha! Sha! The phoenix-tailed bird gave off a crisp chirp. The gazes of all the phoenix-tailed birds instantly locked onto the group from the Sky Haze race. Kill them and take back the tail feathers of our ancestor. The rank 5 phoenix-tailed bird had a stern expression. Boom! Boom! Many phoenix-tailed birds changed their target and charged toward the Sky Haze race. At this moment, all the members of the Sky Haze race were stunned, and their faces went white. There were at least 50 phoenix-tailed birds gathered in front of them. This terrifying number was enough to wipe out their entire group. Chapter 1183. Seeing more than 50 phoenix-tailed birds charge at them. Everyone in the group, from the Sky Haze race, only had one thought: run. Damn it. Why is the phoenix-tailed bird race only targeting us? We can't worry about that. Our lives are more important. The team from the Sky Haze race disregarded everything and used their fastest speed to escape. However, the phoenix-tailed birds specialized in speed, and they were extremely familiar with this place, so their speed was faster than most people. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng retreated at the very front of the group. His cultivation was low, but his speed wasn't slow. He didn't even use his full speed to avoid being suspected. The Elder in Azure was a rank 3 true god that specialized in the Tao of Lightning, so he shouldn't have any problems. Arg, save me! Everyone heard a roar behind them, but it didn't last for long before disappearing. Feeling the danger of death behind them, many experts felt a chill in their hearts and immediately used their trump cards. Whoosh! The speed of the quasi-gods increased dramatically. It was obvious that they had used some secret technique to escape. There were also a few people who crushed a bead, and a profound, intent energy instantly wrapped around them. With a thought, they could control this energy and give themselves a speed approaching that of a rank 4 true god. While retreating, Zhao Feng was at the very front, but some people soon caught up to Zhao Feng. For example, the elder in cloth clothes and the expert from the Sky Haze race that specialized in the intent of wind. Brother Zhao, you're too smart. You didn't choose to be the main attacker, so it's easier to escape now. Yu Hen slowly caught up to Zhao Feng. There were 2 other members of the golden-armed race with him as well. The tall man relied on his own speed, while the pink-robed woman used a trump card, causing her speed to be extremely fast. I was just lucky. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. This time, no one in the group that attacked the phoenix nest obtained anything, but Zhao Feng, the weakling at the very back, obtained the most. He even obtained the tail feathers of the phoenix-tailed bird ancestor. Zhao Feng felt slightly embarrassed. Quasi-god Jian Feng had pulled them into the group, but Zhao Feng had screwed over the entire group. Bastard, we didn't get anything. At this moment, a furious roar came from behind. It was the silver-skinned man. He was an ice cultivator, and he was the main attacker of the phoenix nest. Therefore, when the phoenix-tailed birds launched a counterattack, he almost lost his life. At this moment, the intent of wind and water was beneath his feet. It was this intent that allowed his speed to temporarily surpass that of a rank 3 true god, allowing him to escape death. You trash! You're actually still alive. The silver-skinned man was very displeased to see that Zhao Feng was safe and sound. When they attacked the phoenix nest, he had mocked Zhao Feng for being cowardly and incompetent. However, it was precisely because Zhao Feng was at the back of the group that he was safe and sound. As the main attacker, he had almost lost his life during the attack. Just now, he had only managed to escape by using one of his trump cards. Trash! Give you to the phoenix-tailed bird, and buy us some time. The silver-skinned man revealed a vicious expression and sent a palm strike towards Zhao Feng. Kacha! A cold power of ice instantly shot toward Zhao Feng, and a layer of ice instantly formed on the plants nearby. This man was extremely strong, and his strength was close to Yu Hen's. If Zhao Feng was hit by this palm, his mobility would be greatly reduced, and the phoenix-tailed bird would catch up. Only Zhao Feng knew that the phoenix-tailed bird was so angry because of him. Once Zhao Feng landed, he would die without a doubt. Lightning flash escape. The golden wings on Zhao Feng's back instantly turned into a pair of wings of lightning. Boom! A ball of lightning exploded, and Zhao Feng's figure flashed forward, causing the silver-skinned man's attack to miss. This peak-stage mystic light realm has such techniques. What a profound void escape technique. The experts that were running away looked at Zhao Feng in a new light. He actually dodged it. The silver-skinned man was slightly surprised. A peak-stage mystic light realm was able to dodge his attack. I'll give you a big present as well. Zhao Feng turned around and looked coldly at the silver-skinned man. Luckily, Zhao Feng had comprehended a new flying secret technique, and he could use the lightning flash escape instantly. Otherwise, he would have to use his other trump cards just now. Zhao Feng had never met this silver-skinned man before, but the latter kept making things difficult for him. Zhao Feng originally didn't mind, but now that the other wanted to kill him, Zhao Feng didn't need to be polite. Physical force, lightning domain. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and an invisible dark yellow domain enveloped the silver-skinned man. When this domain of lightning and gravity covered the silver-skinned man, a terrifying surge of lightning and gravity appeared. Lightning could paralyze and interfere, and the gravity domain could slow down the opponent's speed. How is this possible? Your power. The silver-skinned man was stunned. The speed that he had obtained by using his trump card was being suppressed. The power of Zhao Feng's domain was not simple. However, although his speed was being suppressed, his own speed wasn't slow, so the phoenix-tailed bird wouldn't catch up to him. Earth gives birth to metal, metal lightning pierce. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and the intent of earth around the silver-skinned man instantly turned into the intent of metal. Rumble. A terrifying golden light pierced through the silver-skinned man's body. How is this possible? The silver-skinned man didn't expect that a peak-stage mystic light realm would be able to turn the gravity domain into a terrifying attack. Caught off guard, the silver-skinned man was severely injured by Zhao Feng's metal of wind lightning. However, this metal of wind lightning soon turned into water of wind lightning that flowed into his body and started to wreak havoc. Arg, no. The silver-skinned man's agility started to decrease, and his speed started to slow down. Whoosh! Whoosh! His body was sliced into pieces by several strands of multicolored flames that slowly disappeared into the flames. What a ruthless move! He can easily transform the power of the 5 elements. Even a low-ranked true god wouldn't be able to do this unless they have the eyes of myriad forms. The hearts of the experts that were running away with Zhao Feng shook, and they started to pay attention to this peak-stage, mystic light realm youth. Experts that were breaking through to the heavenly divine realm would usually comprehend the intent of the 5 elements and consolidate their sacred power whirlpool, but they would only comprehend it as much as they could. They didn't have the time to cultivate every power to a very high level. Therefore, even some low-ranked true gods could transform the power of the 5 elements, but they definitely wouldn't be able to do it as easily as Zhao Feng did. I didn't think that I would be able to transform the power of the 5 elements so easily. Zhao Feng revealed a joyful expression. Zhao Wan was probably part of this. One of Zhao Feng's soul clones had the eyes of myriad forms, so the experience of cultivating the intent of myriad forms was continuously poured into Zhao Feng's mind. No matter how much Zhao Feng studied it, he was still able to learn a bit. Zhao Feng realized that ever since he had his second clone, Zhao Feng's cultivation speed of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique had increased by a lot. Don't chase anymore. The phoenix nest is already being attacked by the other 2 forces. A phoenix-tailed bird with a powerful aura suddenly said. Understood. All the phoenix-tailed birds immediately returned. Although the tail feathers of the ancestor were important, they couldn't allow the phoenix nest to be conquered by the enemy. Little Ling, Turn into your human form and secretly follow this person. Take back the tail feathers of the ancestor. With your strength as a rank 4 true god, it shouldn't be a problem, right? The phoenix-tailed bird said to another phoenix-tailed bird. The tail feathers of this phoenix-tailed bird burned with a blue-purple flame, and its aura was extremely powerful. Whoosh! A streak of flame entered its mind, and Zhao Feng's appearance appeared. Little Ling understands. This phoenix-tailed bird immediately used a secret technique and turned into a human form amid a burst of blue-purple flames. She was wearing a blue-purple dress and had a snow-white body. Her facial features were flawless, and her eyes glittered with a blue-purple light that could move one's soul. The phoenix-tailed bird race was one of the 4 most beautiful races, and when they turned into human form, they were like goddesses that could topple cities. Little Ling was the phoenix-tailed bird that had personally seen the thieving cat swallow the tail feathers of the ancestor. This person should be the owner of that thieving cat. Little Ling stared at Zhao Feng's face in her mind, and a cold, killing intent appeared in her eyes. Although they were extremely disdainful and even hated turning into a human, Little Ling had no choice but to turn into a human and sneak into the group of humans to kill this person. Outside of Phoenix Forest, the group from the Sky Haze race stopped. At this moment, there were only 16 people left in the group. Almost 10 experts with the strength of a true god had died, and the survivors were all injured. They've gone back. Damn it, we've lured out a large number of phoenix-tailed birds. The other 2 forces are definitely using this chance to attack. Maybe they've already obtained some treasures. Someone in the group said angrily and unwillingly. The elder in cloth clothes from the Sky Haze race was also silent. The Sky Haze race specialized in the laws of wind, so they had suffered fewer losses. However, the phoenix-tailed bird race seemed to be able to target them, so he didn't dare to attack the phoenix nest anymore. Let's rest here for now, the elder in cloth clothes said to the people from the Sky Haze race. The Sky Haze race will go to other places of fortune. Those who are willing can continue to follow the Sky Haze race. The elder in cloth clothes looked at the people around him and paused for a few moments on the golden-armed race and Zhao Feng. If one could follow a rank 4 true god in the wild, ancient, secret dimension, they would be able to obtain even greater fortune. However, the danger of the places that a rank 4 true god wanted to explore wasn't something that normal quasi-gods or true gods could handle. For example, the phoenix nest contained rank 5 true god phoenix-tailed birds. I'm sorry, brother Zhao. I pulled you guys in, but I didn't get anything. Quasi-god Jian Feng gave a faint smile and walked next to Zhao Feng. Not at all. I'm already satisfied to see the strength of a rank 4 true god and the legendary phoenix nest. Zhao Feng gave an awkward smile and said with some embarrassment, he had obtained quite a lot. Everyone then started to recover their yuan qi and recover from their injuries. The wild, ancient secret dimension was filled with danger, so it was best not to act rashly unless they were at their peak state. A part of Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the dimension of his god eye to observe what he had obtained this time. The other part of his consciousness was focused on cultivating the 5 elemental wind lightning. The next level of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique required both resources and comprehension. Zhao Feng could now switch between the 5 elements as he pleased, and with Zhao Wan's help, it shouldn't be hard for him to switch between the 5 elements. A powerful aura suddenly appeared in front of the group from the Sky Haze race. Everyone immediately opened their eyes and looked forward. What's the meaning of this? The elder in cloth clothes stood up, and an invisible aura spread out and affected the laws of heaven and earth. Sky Haze race, hand over what you obtained from the phoenix nest. An elder covered in black scales and with eyes like a poisonous scorpion roared. On the other side was the group from the Skywater Yao race. Although the Sky Haze race had lured away most of the phoenix-tailed birds, allowing them to successfully enter the phoenix nest, The phoenix-tailed birds had almost surrounded them when they returned. Although both sides had obtained something, they had suffered heavy losses. They only had 28 people left in total. They believed that the Sky Haze race had obtained an important treasure from the phoenix nest, or else the phoenix-tailed birds wouldn't have suddenly become enraged and attacked the Sky Haze race. Thus, both sides teamed up and forced their way toward the group from the Sky Haze race. At this moment, in the Sky Water Monstrous Clan's team, Ho Ching's eyes suddenly fell on a golden-haired young man. Chapter 1184. It's you. Ho Ching revealed a cruel smile from the Skywater Yao race. What's wrong, Ho Ching? A rank 4 true god from the Skywater Yao race asked. Although Ho Ching was arrogant, he was strong, talented, and had a strong background, so his status in the Skywater Yao race was very high. At this moment, Ho Ching suddenly roared with laughter. He could feel killing intent from this laughter. The person that offended me is here, Ho Ching said in a low tone. A portion of the Skywater Yao race knew that someone had offended Ho Ching, but Ho Ching didn't say how. Who offended Ho Ching? It should be someone from the Golden-Armed race, or maybe quasi-god Jian Feng. The experts from the Skywater Yao race and the other group were extremely curious. You come out. Ho Ching looked down at Zhao Feng and pointed with his finger. Back then, Zhao Feng had killed the people from the Skywater Yao race with him and almost killed him. After successfully escaping, Ho Ching immediately contacted the people from the Skywater Yao race and came to Phoenix Forest. He was going to take some of his clansmen to find Zhao Feng and take revenge after the Phoenix nest was over. However, he didn't expect Zhao Feng to be in Phoenix Forest as well. This saved him a lot of time and effort. Today he was going to tear Zhao Feng into 10,000 pieces. Everyone's gazes turned toward Zhao Feng when Ho Ching pointed at them. They never would have thought that the person that offended Ho Ching was a peak mystic light realm. Young Sir Ho Ching, there's no need to hold a grudge. I didn't know that you were from the Skywater Yao race, or else I wouldn't have chased after you. Zhao Feng acted as if he was scared. What? This person chased after Ho Ching before? How is that possible? Many people from the three forces were surprised. How could Zhao Feng chase after Ho Ching with his current cultivation? Ho Ching, who was high up in the air, was also completely dazed. He thought that Zhao Feng would kneel down and beg for mercy in this life and death situation. But Zhao Feng had actually spoken of this matter, completely trampling on Ho Ching's face. You're courting death. Ho Ching's eyes turned cold as he charged toward Zhao Feng. There were many people from the Skywater Monstrous race and another team here. Even the Sky Haze race didn't dare to start a conflict with the other two teams for Zhao Feng. If the green-robed elder next to Zhao Feng took action, the real god of the Skywater Monstrous tribe would stop him. This time, Ho Ching wanted to kill Zhao Feng in front of everyone to save his face. Ho Ching, Brother Zhao is my friend. At this time Yu Hen, who was not far from Zhao Feng, said in a gentle tone. Humph. The rank 4 true god of the Skywater Yao race snorted coldly. A terrifying aura crushed toward the members of the golden-armed race. It was as if they were in the middle of a tsunami and they could be swallowed at any time. With the rank 4 true god of the Skywater Yao race as the leader, the three teams reached an agreement. They would wait for Ho Ching to kill Zhao Feng before dealing with what just happened. Of course, the Sky Haze race's team was forced to do this. The current situation did not allow them to refuse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A pair of golden wings formed behind Zhao Feng's back as he charged into the sky. The current situation was not very optimistic. There were many super experts from the Sky-Water Monstrous race present, and Zhao Feng couldn't use many of his trump cards. Otherwise, these experts would immediately attack and kill Zhao Feng for his treasures. Furthermore, because of the current situation, no one present could help Zhao Feng. You only know how to run. Ho Ching revealed a bloodthirsty smile as he circulated the intent of wind and water and quickly closed in on Zhao Feng, killing water screen. Ho Ching clenched his hand, and the wind and clouds above Zhao Feng started to move. A profound intent of wind and water formed a giant whirlpool that sucked in everything with a terrifying suction force. Zhao Feng instantly felt as if his entire body was being sucked in by this whirlpool, and his ability to use intent was restricted as well. Whoosh! Ho Ching waved his left hand, and a giant blade of wind and water swept toward Zhao Feng with unstoppable force. Ho Ching is worthy of being the pride of the Sky Water Beastkin tribe. His mastery of the wind and water ultimacy is almost perfect. I'm afraid it won't be long before his wind and water ultimacy reaches the first level. The black-scaled elder's eyes were like a poisonous scorpion as he looked at Ho Ching. Level 1 intent of wind and water. The hearts of many powerful, true gods present shook slightly. Apart from divine power, the power of a true god was the power of intent. Divine power didn't have any element, but if it was merged with the intent of fire, it would have a powerful, destructive, and burning power. If it was merged with the intent of wood and the intent of space, it could even pierce through space. Divine power only required continuous cultivation to become stronger, but profound mysteries required talent and comprehension ability to grow. Thus, the vast majority of true gods only had powerful divine power, but their comprehension of profound mysteries was extremely low, causing their overall strength to be on the weak side. For example, Zhao Feng's servant, the azure-robed elder, had divine power that contained the intent of lightning, but his intent of lightning had only reached level 1. If the azure-robed elder's intent of lightning reached level 3, he would probably be able to fight against a rank 4 true god. Level 1 intent of wind and water. Zhao Feng's eyes were slightly dazed. This was the first time he had heard that there were different levels of intent. However, upon closer inspection, Ho Ching's intent of wind and water was indeed extremely powerful. Otherwise, Zhao Feng would have killed him last time. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng circulated the lightning fire obliteration and unleashed a blazing golden palm. Boom! The two powers intertwined for a moment before exploding, and a surge of intent of wind and water shot toward Zhao Feng. A powerful intent of wind and water combined with divine power is indeed very strong. Zhao Feng's heart shook. His lightning fire obliteration only had the power of divine power, but Ho Ching's divine power had merged with the intent of wind and water, making it even stronger. Ho Ching already has such talent. I wonder how strong the strongest prodigy of the Skywater Yao race is. Looks like the Skywater Yao race will have another spot on the Gulong Zone's quasi-god prodigy ranking. Many experts in the two groups facing the Sky Haze race flattered Ho Ching and leisurely watched the battle. The quasi-god prodigy ranking only recorded the quasi-god prodigies of one zone, and it had a total of 20 ranks. Those that could enter it would at least become rank 6 true gods in the future, just below the ancient god realm. All the quasi-gods in the Gulong Zone would try to enter the quasi-god prodigy ranking, and their goal was to become an expert on the quasi-god prodigy ranking. Of course, these people were just saying it casually. With Ho Ching's strength, it would still be difficult for him to enter the Gulong Zone's quasi-god prodigy ranking. Since you offended me, your fate has been decided. Just obediently accept your death. Ho Ching also heard the discussions of the true god experts, and he felt very smug. Water screen of slaughter. 3 giant whirlpools of wind and water appeared around Zhao Feng, and the suction force from them seemed to be able to devour everything. Arrogant, Zhao Feng's expression was cold as his left eye locked onto Ho Ching. Ding! Ding! A long black sword appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. It was the ancient god seal in the shape of a sword. Boom! Whoosh! Zhao Feng slashed out a terrifying, dark, golden blade after circulating the lightning fire obliteration. Do you think that you're the only one with a divine weapon? Ho Qing didn't say anything else, and also took out a divine weapon. Apart from divine power and intent, divine weapons were another method that true gods had. Attacks that relied on divine weapons to unleash intent and divine power were even stronger. Spatial movement. When Ho Qing took out his divine weapon, a whirlpool of water appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye, and a ripple of spatial eye bloodline power appeared within Ho Qing's body. Not good. Ho Qing's expression changed dramatically. Zhao Feng also specialized in intent of space. Whoosh! A cold, black ripple flashed across Ho Qing's chest, and the little thieving cat's figure appeared out of nowhere. Brat, don't even think about harming Ho Qing. The true god expert of the Skywater Yao race that was watching the battle with a smile instantly roared in anger. Shua! The little thieving cat took off the dark silver dragon snake whip from its neck and tightly tied Ho Qing up. Damn it! Although Ho Qing's heart was severely injured, it wasn't enough to kill him. Wang, a terrifying surge of intent of wind and water around Ho Qing moved according to his thoughts and shot toward the little thieving cat. Be good and lie down. Zhao Feng harumphed coldly as his left eye unleashed another terrifying eye bloodline technique. Tribulation lightning eye flame. Boom! A ball of destructive lightning exploded on Ho Qing's soul form. Arg! The intense pain instantly caused his mind to crumble, and the intent of wind and water around him to scatter. Rumble! Boom! Boom! A terrifying surge of wind lightning appeared as Zhao Feng put the little thieving cat and Ho Qing into his little world of wind lightning. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, for people from the Skywater Yao race had arrived. 1 rank 4 true god and 3 rank 3 true gods. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll self-destruct my little world. Zhao Feng roared. A screen of wind lightning appeared next to him, and it displayed the scene of Ho Qing and the little thieving cat. The people from the Skywater Yao race instantly stopped. Brat, let go of Ho Qing, and the Skywater Yao race will let you live. The rank 4 true god of the Skywater Yao race roared. They weren't afraid if Zhao Feng threatened Ho Qing, because it would be very difficult for Zhao Feng to kill Ho Qing with his current strength. However, Zhao Feng had put Ho Qing into his little world of wind lightning. Once the little world self-destructed, the terrifying power would definitely kill Ho Qing. Save me! Ho Qing's cry for help came from within the little world of wind lightning. Pum! The little thieving cat sat on his body and raised a spade in its hand, hitting him on the head. Do you think I can live if I let go of Ho Qing? Zhao Feng snickered coldly. The people from the Skywater Yao race really thought he was an idiot. If you dare to kill Ho Qing, the Skywater Yao race won't let you go. The rank 4 true god said coldly. Ho Qing's ancestor was an elder of the Skywater Yao race, which was why they had to care about Ho Qing's life. You're not allowed to follow me. I'll let go of Ho Qing once I'm 200,000 miles away. Zhao Feng had a calm expression as the wings on his back released a bright light, and his figure flashed and disappeared. The 3 squads at the scene were silent. They were just praising Ho Qing and flattering the Skywater Yao race a moment ago. But in the next instant, Ho Qing was suddenly captured by Zhao Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that the experts from the Skywater Yao race were present, Zhao Feng would have killed him already. The people from the Sky Haze race were overjoyed. After what Zhao Feng had done, the other 2 groups wouldn't be able to team up against them anymore. The Golden Armed race will be leaving first. Yu Hen from the Golden Armed race said with a faint smile. Whoosh! The 3 from the Golden Armed race and the azure-robed elder left. Wait here. Once that brat is 200,000 miles away, we'll kill him. The rank 4 true god from the sky water, Yao Race, roared coldly. He could sense Ho Qing's rough location through the communication token. Once he was more than 200,000 miles away, they would move. Chapter 1185. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the depths of Phoenix Forest. She was wearing a blue and purple dress, and her beauty was suffocating. This human is pretty strong. He wasn't killed by these people. And that thieving cat isn't simple either. Little Ling gave a playful smile. She was a phoenix-tailed bird of an ancient race, and she had turned into a human in order to take back her ancestors' tail feathers. If Zhao Feng was killed by the people of the Skywater Yao race and the tail feather of her ancestor fell into the hands of the Skywater Yao race, she wouldn't dare to take it away alone. Therefore, Little Ling hoped that Zhao Feng was still alive so that she could personally kill him. Whoosh! Little Ling turned into a streak of blue and purple flames and left in another direction. I'm almost 200,000 miles away. Zhao Feng relaxed. The maximum distance Zhao Feng could travel with his lightning flash was 50,000 miles in the ancient dream realm. This meant that Zhao Feng could actually escape 250,000 miles away. Zhao Feng believed that it would be very difficult for the other party to find him if they were 250,000 miles away. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's vision was very wide, and he could use the misty spatial world to leave if he sensed that someone was coming. Zhao Feng, let me go! Ho Qing roared in the little world of wind lightning. Bam! The little thieving cat's spade smashed toward Ho Qing's head, and he instantly felt the world spin around him. Fuck off! Zhao Feng released Ho Qing. Although Zhao Feng really wanted to kill Ho Qing, he said that he would let him go after leaving 200,000 miles away. Zhao Feng kept his word. If he saw this person again, he would definitely kill him. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, the golden-armed race and company appeared not far away. Zhao Feng, run! Yu Hen immediately yelled with a panicked expression. Run. Zhao Feng paused. He obviously wanted to run, but was there a need to panic like this? However, the next instant, Zhao Feng felt a sense of death. Wang, the space around Zhao Feng twisted, and a figure appeared in front of Zhao Feng with a strong disturbance of space intent. Rumble. All the hair on Zhao Feng's body stood on end. The thunder wings on his back flickered with light and disappeared in a flash. Rumble. Zhao Feng teleported tens of thousands of miles away. Humph. The elder harumphed coldly and glanced at the people from the golden-armed race. Quickly kill Zhao Feng. Ho Qing's face turned sinister. Zhao Feng had underestimated a true god expert. Aside from the laws of wind and water, this rank 4 true god from the Skywater Yao race had also comprehended the powerful laws of space. 200,000 miles, teleportation was enough. However, space teleportation could not be performed continuously. After all, this real god space ultimacy had only reached the second level. Xiao, the rank 4 true god, used his intent of wind and water to pursue Zhao Feng in an arc. I made a mistake. What divine ability is this? Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Feng's forehead, and his heart trembled with fear. At this moment, he had pushed the lightning fire obliteration to its limits, but he was still being caught. Although Zhao Feng was faster in the ancient dream realm, this rank 4 true god also specialized in speed, and there was an invisible ripple of space ultimacy around Zhao Feng that prevented him from using any special techniques. Master, the golden-armed race said that you can escape into the forest of death. They will go there to find you. At this moment, the azure-robed elder's voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. A part of Zhao Feng's mind sank into his mind. The map in his memories contained information about the forest of death. This place was a land of death and was very close to Phoenix Forest. Even the strongest true god would die if they entered. However, if he was caught by this rank 4 true god, Zhao Feng would die for sure. Zhao Feng also wanted to see the golden-armed race's true goal. Rumble. A bolt of lightning flashed, and Zhao Feng changed directions. His target was the Forest of Death. Brat die. A domineering voice sounded from behind Zhao Feng. He was a rank 4 true god, but he still couldn't catch up to Zhao Feng even after using spatial shift. This made him feel a little embarrassed, but at this moment he was already extremely close to Zhao Feng. Killing water screen. The rank 4 true god from the Skywater, Yao Race, clenched his hand. A giant whirlpool of wind and water appeared above Zhao Feng, and the terrifying suction seemed to be able to devour everything. Is this the combination of profound intent and divine power? Zhao Feng was stunned. At this moment, he was being pulled by this whirlpool of wind and water, so he couldn't use lightning light flash anymore. The power of a rank 4 true god's killing water screen was several times stronger than Ho Qing's. Die. The rank 4 true god arrived in front of Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng was completely restrained by his power and couldn't escape. However, a terrifying whirlpool of wind and water suddenly shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye and landed on the rank 4 true god's body. As the two whirlpools interacted with each other, the suction force on Zhao Feng instantly decreased. Brum! Zhao Feng used the lightning radiance escape technique and headed toward the faraway defensive line where the black mist of death was. He had used the God Eye duplication just now to catch the rank 4 true god off guard. Arg! I'll make you wish you were dead. The rank 4 true god roared into the sky. An intent of wind, water, and space began to churn chaotically. Many experts passing by were stunned and started to retreat in a frenzy. Instant movement. The rank 4 true god from the Skywater, Yao Race, adjusted his aura, circulated his intent of space, and disappeared into the air. He's here. Zhao Feng sensed the space around him become chaotic once more. However, Zhao Feng had also reached the edge of the Forest of Death. Brum! Zhao Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and dove into the Forest of Death. A moment later, a figure appeared where Zhao Feng was. The Forest of Death. The rank 4 true god's brows creased. He didn't understand why Zhao Feng would run into this place. The Forest of Death was a place where death was almost certain. Even he didn't dare to recklessly enter. The moment he entered the Forest of Death, Zhao Feng felt the endless intent of death corroding his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! A thick energy of death flowed through Zhao Feng's body, corroding everything. What a terrifying energy of death! Zhao Feng's heart thumped as he felt the vitality in his body rapidly fading away. If he continued to stay here, he would soon die. Master, don't use any power. The azure-robed elder's words sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. Zhao Feng immediately did as he was told. He withdrew his intent, wind, lightning, sacred power, intent, and the power of the God Eye. The intent of death instantly stopped corroding Zhao Feng's body. What a weird place. I'm perfectly fine without using any power. Zhao Feng was extremely surprised. However, if he didn't use any power, he would die if he encountered danger. Zhao Feng scanned his surroundings. Apart from bones and bare trees and rocks, there was nothing else. Everything in the distance was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. At this moment, Zhao Feng was still here because he was waiting for the golden-armed race. Otherwise, he would have used the misty spatial world to teleport away. Boom! Boom! A rumbling sound quickly approached Zhao Feng, and a giant black figure appeared in front of Zhao Feng. This was an earthen gold bear, but it was surrounded by an aura of death. Its eyes were pitch black as if it had lost its mind, and it immediately attacked Zhao Feng. You're courting death. Zhao Feng jumped into the air and punched out without saying anything else. Zhao Feng cultivated the golden Kuan sacred lightning body, and even if he didn't use any power, The original power that his body could release was extremely terrifying. Boom! This earthen gold bear was only at the demigod realm, and it was sent flying several meters by Zhao Feng. Tung! Zhao Feng leaped forward, raised his arms, and smashed them down. After killing the earthen gold bear, Zhao Feng arrived at the edge of the forest of death and sat down. The golden-armed race trio and the azure-robed elder soon appeared near Zhao Feng. "What business does brother you have with me?" Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. At the start, Zhao Feng didn't think too much about it when the golden-armed race trio approached him. However, they were too friendly to Zhao Feng on the way, and this made Zhao Feng wary. Furthermore, the golden-armed race trio knew that Zhao Feng had offended Ho Qing, and they even led Zhao Feng to the Phoenix Forest and the Central Phoenix Nest. This made him even more suspicious. "Brother Zhao, are you interested in the Forest of Death?" Yu Hen revealed a smile, and it was slightly terrifying in the forest, filled with an aura of death. "Not interested," Zhao Feng replied. There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. There was definitely a huge secret in the Forest of Death. However, this place was too dangerous, and Zhao Feng had all the cultivation resources he needed. He could even enter the ancient dream realm whenever he wanted. There was no need for him to risk his life to explore the Forest of Death. "Brother Zhao, don't reject me so quickly. Let me tell you some information first, and you can make your decision." Yu Hen revealed a smile, and the way he looked at Zhao Feng changed. In the ancient secret dimension that opened 20,000 years ago, an elder of the golden-armed race was forced to enter the Forest of Death, and he discovered the secret here. Yu Hen said slowly. Zhao Feng listened carefully. He would be lying if he said he wasn't interested. There was definitely a shocking secret here. This elder cultivated the body-strengthening technique of the race to an extremely high level, and he was lucky enough to come to the center of the Forest of Death. He discovered that there was a god sealing stone there. Yu Hen emphasized the last 3 words. The god sealing stone is rumored to be a treasure of the sky sealing race, ranked 14th among the 10,000 ancient races. It contains the power of sealing and can seal everything in the world. The female in pink from the golden-armed race slowly said with a crisp voice. Zhao Feng fell silent. He had heard of the god-sealing race before, but Zhao Feng didn't know anything about the god-sealing stone. If that was really the case, then there should be a powerful demon or treasure sealed in the center of the Forest of Death. 10,000 years ago, the elder of my bloodline was prepared, and he explored this place again. He found out that there was a powerful divine weapon sealed under the god-sealing stone. This time, the 3 of us are here to take this divine weapon away. Yu Hen finally set his goal, and the other 2, including the tall male, revealed an excited expression. Divine weapon? Zhao Feng's heart shook. What kind of divine weapon could turn this place into a land of death and be sealed by the god-sealing stone? What grade was this divine artifact? There was no need to talk about the danger involved in obtaining such a powerful divine weapon. Furthermore, I can guarantee that Brother Zhao will be able to smoothly enter the center of the Forest of Death. Yu Hen said again when he saw that Zhao Feng was still deep in thought. Brother Zhao, once you obtain this divine weapon, we can lend it to you once to get rid of the Sky Water Yao race true god outside the Forest of Death. In the future, if Brother Zhao comes to the golden-armed race, they will definitely treat you as an esteemed guest. Yu Hen promised many benefits when he saw that Zhao Feng was still hesitating. Let's go take a look at the center of the Forest of Death first. Zhao Feng suddenly said. Since Yu Hen could guarantee that he would be able to reach the center of the Forest of Death safely, Zhao Feng decided to take a look at the real god-sealing stone before making a decision. However, this was just the golden-armed race's side of the story, and Zhao Feng couldn't completely believe it. If there was any danger, Zhao Feng would use the misty spatial world to teleport away. Chapter 1186. Stop. Let the divine weapon break, through the suppression of the God-sealing stone by itself. A dark silver light flashed by, and the silver jade talisman stuck onto Yu Hen's body. However, at this moment, the surface of the God-sealing stone radiated a heavy aura of death, as if it had been corroded. This is a divine power pill that the elders of my race specially prepared. It can increase one's power by another level. Zhao Feng asked. Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon also ignored the corrosion of the aura of death and used a wisp of divine power to clash with the three from the golden-armed race. Go! A giant black stone soon appeared in front of them. There were countless profound and mysterious lines on the stone, and it gave off a mysterious power that could suppress heaven and earth. Yu Hen stuck the jade talisman onto the God-sealing stone. At the same time, the female and the tall male attacked Zhao Feng. Yu Hen explained to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng stopped underestimating them. As expected, an invisible power started to control the intent of death within these items and corrode the God-sealing stone. As he screamed, a wave of spatial energy enveloped Yu Hen's body and sent him into the space sealed by the God-sealing stone through the gaps around it. Pa! The female in the palace dress yelled. Meow meow! Let's go! In the end, after a few twists and turns, with the support of the divine power pills, the four of them entered the center of the forest of death with their physical strength. Meow meow! I'm afraid this pill is extremely expensive. A black figure flashed, and a terrifying ancient race appeared in front of them. Ha ha ha! Even though this divine weapon has been sealed for who knows how many years, it's still fighting against the God-sealing stone, so its power is extremely weak. The golden-armed race wants to use your life as a sacrifice to recover some of the divine weapon's power. Ever since they met the experts of the Gulong Zone in the wild, ancient, secret dimension, Zhao Feng had seen their miraculous techniques. Sky Feather Island was just a corner of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, and Zhao Feng's knowledge was still too shallow. Right at this moment, a black wavy blade appeared behind him, and Yu Hen's chest was fatally cut. Roar! I said that I would ensure that Brother Zhao safely reaches the center of the forest of death. Yu Hen told Zhao Feng what to do next. Other than physical strength, the ancient races in the forest of death also possessed the aura of death. Perhaps it was because they had been staying in the forest of death for a long time. Brother Zhao, it's time for you to show your worth. In their eyes, Zhao Feng happened to be this kind of person. Whether it was inside or outside the forest of death, Zhao Feng was no match for the three of them. Not only did the divine power pill increase Zhao Feng's strength for a short period of time, but it also helped Zhao Feng's state of existence greatly. It made Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body show signs of breaking through. Follow me. Zhao Feng also desired this divine weapon. He also had some trump cards, so he didn't need to be afraid of the three from the golden-armed race. If he could use the three of them to obtain the divine weapon under the God-sealing stone, wouldn't that be even better? A silver jade talisman appeared in his hand, emitting a strange space profundity. At this moment, Zhao Feng understood something. Even if I'm not willing, you won't let me leave, right? Furthermore, I also want to use the power of this divine weapon to get rid of the Sky Water Yao race. Young Sir Zhao is not willing? Wisps of the intent of death around the God-sealing stone started to corrode it. Wung, wung. Furthermore, the closer they got to the center of the forest of death, the more monsters there were. If it wasn't for the help of the divine power pill, Zhao Feng and company wouldn't have been able to continue forward. Zhao Feng said with a faint smile, Brother Zhao, please don't laugh at me. Most of the skeletons in the forest of death belong to people who came here in the past and were corroded to death by the aura of death. There are many good things on them. After all, Zhao Feng had lost his value here. Wouldn't it be better to use his life to recover some of the power of the divine weapon? A ripple appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes. Yu Hen exclaimed in a low tone as he charged out. Yu Hen said to Zhao Feng, Yu Hen poured out a few pills from the bottle and gave them to the other two from the golden-armed race. However, their minds weren't clear and they were busy killing, so it wasn't hard for the group to deal with them. The four of them attacked the white jade talisman together. Kill! Zhao Feng nodded his head. Yu Hen flipped his right hand, and many weapons and resources containing the intent of death appeared in his hand. This is the God-sealing stone. Among them, the tall male from the golden-armed race had the strongest physical strength, and it was even slightly stronger than Zhao Feng, who cultivated the golden Kuan sacred lightning body. Boom! Whoosh! Zhao Feng instantly felt the physical force radiating from the three from the golden-armed race increase. This divine weapon is about to appear. The female in the pink dress asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. The black destruction, serpent dragon's terrifying face revealed a cold smile as it spoke the thoughts of the golden-armed race. The God-sealing stone and the divine weapon have been fighting for a long time, and the power of both sides has been weakening. These weapons and resources containing the intent of death can provide some power to the divine weapon underneath the God-sealing stone, and we can also weaken the power of the God-sealing stone from the outside. There were many body-strengthening cultivators that entered the wild, ancient, secret dimension, and there might even be rank 4 or rank 5 true gods. Yu Hen suddenly opened his mouth and revealed a cunning and hideous smile. Yu Hen took out another white jade talisman, which had a mysterious pattern on it. It released a strange and profound power Upanishad. Big brother, there's a skeleton there. The methods of a powerful true god are indeed immeasurable. Yu Hen said with a smile, My jade talisman. The little thieving cat stood on Zhao Feng's shoulder and stared at the god-sealing stone as it threw out a few bronze coins. The instant they exchanged blows, they could feel that not only was the black-scaled male's physical strength strong, his bloodline was terrifying as well. The value of these resources and weapons weren't any weaker than some of the treasures Zhao Feng had stolen from the phoenix nest. From the looks of it, Yu Hen's lineage had prepared for a long time for this divine weapon in the forest of death. Whoosh! The expressions of the golden-armed race trio became grim when they saw that Zhao Feng still had a hidden card. Then let's begin. Zhao Feng followed the golden-armed race trio to the top of the god-sealing stone. This is a jade talisman made by my ancestor. We'll attack this jade talisman directly, and it will increase our power. Brother Zhao, don't worry. Those ancient beasts won't appear here. Such a terrifying divine weapon could even erode the god-sealing stone. Once it was taken out, what could the golden-armed race do to control it? The golden-armed race trio had put in a lot of effort. They probably already had a plan when they first met him and wanted to use his power. However, they didn't immediately tell him about this. Instead, they spent some time with Zhao Feng and even helped Zhao Feng multiple times to increase Zhao Feng's impression of them. It's nothing compared to the divine weapon in the forest of death. Zhao Feng had a solemn expression as he asked, Pa. At this moment, he could defeat a rank 2 true god and block a rank 3 true god with just his physical strength alone. The golden-armed race trio then went next to the skeleton and picked up some items. Yu Hen suddenly exclaimed. The jade talisman he had just taken out had disappeared. Yu Hen poured out a few pills from a bottle and gave them to Zhao Feng. At the same time, Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, charged forward and punched Yu Hen, sending him flying. Zhao Feng's eyes became sharper and found many skeletons and interspatial dimensions on the way. The God-Sealing Stone, a treasure of the Sky-Sealing race that was ranked 14th among the 10,000 ancient races. It could suppress everything in the world. Rumble. Brother Zhao, don't worry. The divine weapon under the God-Sealing Stone has been fighting against the God-Sealing Stone and should be extremely weak right now. As long as we take it out, it won't be hard to control it. The four leapt toward the center of the forest of death. The power of the God-Sealing Stone started to weaken under the effects of the two powers. In the Forest of Death, where one couldn't use any other power, Zhao Feng's power alone wasn't a match for the golden-armed race trio. The four of them attacked together and quickly finished off the primordial race. Furthermore, in order to suppress Zhao Feng, the three of them ignored the corrosion of the air of death and used their divine power. A powerful surge of power was created from the Jade Talisman and charged toward the God-sealing stone. After advancing for a short distance, a terrifying roar came from the black mist. Of course, it might also be because the grade of the God-sealing stone wasn't high enough. Even the God-sealing race had their own differences, and the God-sealing stone was the same. Don't! Yu Hen immediately took action and placed the items that contained the intent of death around the God-sealing stone. Yu Hen's tone was filled with impatience. The more dangerous a place was, the greater the fortune. There must have been extremely powerful experts that entered this place before, and it was because they didn't return that they successfully warned others not to enter the Forest of Death. Brother Zhao, hand your life over to us. The golden-armed race was also a body-strengthening race, and Yu Hen's bloodline had already started to prepare for this Forest of Death. The three of them had all cultivated their body-strengthening techniques to a very high level. Rumbling sounds came from underneath the God-sealing stone. The God-sealing stone's suppressive power had a weak spot, and some gaps appeared. Black mist of death spewed out from the gaps. Brother Yu, the divine weapon under the God-sealing stone has such power. How do you plan on controlling it once it's broken? Then what do we need to do? In just a few 100,000 years, when the God-sealing stone was continuously corroded by the intent of death, the power of the seal would weaken, and the weapon under the God-sealing stone would be released. The closer they were to the center, the thicker the black mist of death was. If they used any other power here, the corrosion of the black mist of death would be even faster, and they would die even faster. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. However, compared to the rewards, there were more dangers here. They would meet powerful ancient races almost every second. The azure-robed elder wasn't a body-strengthening cultivator, and he would be useless in the Forest of Death if he didn't use any other power. Therefore, Zhao Feng told him to wait at the edge. Zhao Feng directly swallowed the pellet, and he instantly felt a strong and ferocious medicinal power charge through his limbs and nourish every part of his body. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng waved his right hand, and a black-scaled male appeared. Tongue! Zhao Feng was shocked, and surprise appeared on his face. Zhao Feng felt that it was extremely difficult to use any of the powers in his body when he was near this huge stone. Bam! After saying this, the three from the golden-armed race started to run forward, and Zhao Feng followed closely behind. Seeing that Zhao Feng had agreed, the three from the golden-armed race revealed joyful expressions. Yu Hen laughed loudly and seemed slightly excited. Yu Hen laughed savagely, and the three attacked at the same time with Zhao Feng as the leader. Zhao Feng took the pellet and hesitated slightly. Of course, this was only what they thought. Zhao Feng said with a smile, "There was no problem with this pellet. Theoretically speaking, a body-strengthening cultivator with strong cultivation would increase the chances of the golden-armed race obtaining the divine weapon. However, what they really needed was a body-strengthening cultivator that was weaker than the three of them. Only then would the three of them have the upper hand. What kind of weapon was suppressed under the God-sealing stone that it could even corrode the God-sealing stone?" Chapter 1187. Whoosh! That's right. With this divine weapon, even if I can't temporarily control its power, my cultivation and strength will still increase by leaps and bounds. However, Zhao Feng realized that he still couldn't use the misty spatial world's teleportation ability. They originally wanted to find a helper with a strong body but low cultivation that could be completely suppressed by the three of them. At the center of the Forest of Death, Little Ling was extremely surprised. Zhao Feng's heart shook as he carefully inspected the three tail feathers in front of him. They were burning with scarlet, orange, and purple flames. Wang, the The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon looked over and saw that it was Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon immediately understood what Zhao Feng meant. The two members of the golden-armed race that had escaped had probably been killed by these two. Zhao Feng roared, and everyone retreated a certain distance. However, the instant it was taken out, the pitch-black staff released a profound intent of death and tried to break free from Zhao Feng's hand. The second thought was to use the power of wind lightning and god tribulation lightning to refine the sacred lightning body. Come. However, they didn't expect Zhao Feng to have hidden himself so well. The dragon-scaled male next to him was even more unfathomable and seemed to respect Zhao Feng. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't know what this meant, but since Zhao Feng didn't care, it was too lazy to care. Right at this moment, the mist of death that covered the forest suddenly started to move, and the terrifying intent of death shook heaven and earth. At this moment, the mist of death that covered the entire area started to spread and dim down. Many people even charged into the forest of death. Zhao Feng immediately circulated his god eye, and a bottomless purple whirlpool formed, a forbidden power that targeted the soul locked onto the black figure. Right at this moment, Zhao Wang circulated the eye of death and absorbed the power of death radiating from the pitch-black staff while comprehending the intent of death. Therefore, most of the people attracted by the forest of death were quasi-gods, rank 2 and rank 3 true gods. With Zhao Wan's current abilities and the many ancient beasts present, there wouldn't be any danger if he just wanted to gather information. It was obvious that even though Zhao Wang had the eye of death, this pitch-black scepter did not look up to him. If I use these 3 tail feathers to refine my immemorial blood devil sun bloodline, it will definitely reach another level. I can even merge these 3 flames into the immemorial blood devil sun bloodline. Tribulation lightning eye flame. Zhao Feng increased the power of the gaze of the god eye and put the staff of death into the dimension of his left eye. After Zhao Wang left, Zhao Feng immediately went into seclusion. Moreover, the wild ancient mystery dimension had already been open for such a long time. Some of the powerful forces had gathered together and headed deeper into the mystery dimension in an attempt to obtain even greater opportunities. Suddenly, 2 figures flashed over. Go. The reason why Zhao Feng had Zhao Wan stay there was because both Zhao Feng and Zhao Wang urgently needed to increase their strength. That was why he had Zhao Wan mingle with those experts and obtain information. A bluish-purple figure appeared on a mountain rock 50 kilometers away from the Forest of Death. Once the divine weapon appeared, they would definitely not be able to defeat Zhao Feng. At that time, it would be extremely easy for Zhao Feng to kill them. Cracks started to appear on the god's sealing stone and spread in all directions. However, according to his orders, he still needed to guard it for 1 more day before he could leave. What a terrifying divine weapon of death! A layer of silver appeared in the air, and the figures of Zhao Feng and company started to appear. Zhao Feng had a cold expression as if he was in control of the situation. In reality, Zhao Feng had Zhao Wan take Zhao Wang away from his territory before they even arrived at Phoenix Forest. After all, it was extremely dangerous for Zhao Feng to travel outside. Just the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and the little thieving cat weren't enough. Both of them only had one thought. Whoosh! Whoosh! Originally, even she had thought that Zhao Feng had died after entering the Forest of Death for so long and was preparing to report back. There was a pitch-black and gruesome claw on top of the staff. At the center of the claw was a dark eye that was similar to the Eye of Death. However, it wouldn't be easy to use such a powerful divine weapon of death and evil. Boom! Whoosh! A terrifying black mist of death and ghastly cries sounded from below the god sealing stone as it spat out from the gap and the weakness of the seal. Wang, just by looking from afar, everyone felt their hearts shake. Zhao Feng waved his sleeve and put away all the god sealing stones. Whoosh! Whoosh! If it was at its peak, the pitch-black staff wouldn't be scared of this bit of god tribulation lightning, but it was too weak right now and couldn't withstand the power of God Tribulation Lightning. They will die. At the same time, these 3 tail feathers contain medicinal effects that many other treasures didn't have. They would greatly improve Zhao Feng's state of existence. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Wan retreated and hid into the black mist. Zhao Feng exclaimed in a low tone and prepared to use the misty spatial world to leave with everyone else. As for the third thought, Zhao Feng used it to study the tail feathers of the phoenix-tailed bird. The divine weapon recognized its master, and the pitch-black staff obviously wasn't willing to stay in the hands of a weakling like Zhao Feng. Many natural resources appeared in front of Zhao Feng, including cultivation resources of the wind, lightning, and metal elements, as well as the tail feathers of the phoenix-tailed bird. According to his estimates, the divine weapon under the God Sealing Stone was very likely to be a high-tier or even peak-tier divine weapon. A person's personality and aura would change no matter what path they walked or what cultivation technique they cultivated. Zhao Wang cultivated the intent of death, and he looked like a cold and eerie demon sovereign. Boom! Why would such a phenomenon suddenly appear in the forest of death? In the remaining time, Zhao Feng helped Zhao Wang refine the pitch-black staff, the power of death that could destroy everything shot into the sky, and it was as if even space itself was being destroyed by it. Master's providence is really strong to be able to obtain such a fortuitous encounter. Let's go. Zhao Feng tested it and found that the 3 flames had different characteristics. The scarlet flames were extremely destructive and chaotic, the orange flames were extremely hot and seemed to be able to melt everything, and the purple flames contained the power of the soul and were more damaging to the soul. Master, should we just ignore them? Kacha! Who? The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, said with slight jealousy. The trio immediately unleashed soul attacks to attack the soul intent of the Black Staff. He had the Eye of Death and comprehended the intent of death, so he could clearly feel the terrifying intent of death under the God Sealing Stone. The intent of death surpassed him by several levels, and it was extremely profound. On the side, the remaining 2 members of the golden-armed race looked at Zhao Feng in fear and didn't know what to do. These God Sealing Stones. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on the God Sealing Stone, which had cracked into many pieces. Your fortuitous encounter has also come. The black figure stopped in the air and revealed its original appearance. Where do you think you're going? The 2 members of the golden-armed race didn't care about being corroded by the black mist of death and circulated a wisp of divine power to escape. This was a pitch-black scepter that was as long as a person. The scepter was covered with densely packed, twisted characters. Just looking at it gave off an incomparably sinister feeling. Feeling the Eye of Death, the black staff shook slightly and tried to escape from Zhao Feng's hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the peak of a mountain in the outskirts of the ancient dream realm. After returning safely, Zhao Feng didn't move. His consciousness was still on Zhao Wan's side. He needed to ensure that Zhao Wan could safely leave the forest of death. Zhao Wang exclaimed as his gaze focused on the God Sealing Stone. Zhao Wang revealed a slightly dark smile. Whoosh! These 3-tail feathers would allow Zhao Feng's bloodline to reach a whole new level. All of the black mist of death surrounded the center of the forest and started to swirl like a whirlpool. The invisible intent of death spread in every direction. However, the sudden change in the forest of death made her have a weird feeling that the change in the forest of death might be related to Zhao Feng. The black mist of death covered the God Sealing Stone. Chapter 1188. Yang fire, lightning, and golden light intertwined on the peak of the mountain. One could faintly make out a figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of this phenomenon. Items of different colors floated in front of him. Even a rank 4 true god would covet these cultivation treasures floating in front of Zhao Feng, and the worldly phenomena around him were the result of Zhao Feng using these treasures to cultivate. Zhao Feng's overall strength was increasing rapidly in the presence of these precious cultivation resources. Hu, hiss! A layer of scarlet golden glass-like flames started to spin around Zhao Feng's body. Wang boom! The scarlet golden glass-like body of Zhao Feng released a scorching red yang fire that released a blood-colored light. Hu! The flames in the three tail feathers in front of Zhao Feng quickly merged into the flames on Zhao Feng's body. At the same time, the bloodline power in the tail feathers seeped into Zhao Feng's body and into his blood. Boom! When the powerful phoenix-tailed bird bloodline merged into Zhao Feng's body, Zhao Feng's ancient blood devil sun bloodline started to boil and clash with the ancient bloodline. What a big reaction! Zhao Feng's heart shook. In the past, when Zhao Feng merged with and refined other ancient bloodlines, the ancient blood devil sun bloodline would only explode with heat and refine and refine. This might be because the phoenix-tailed bird bloodline was too similar to the ancient blood devil sun bloodline, or because the bloodline of the phoenix-tailed bird was too high level, resulting in such a strong reaction. What Zhao Feng needed to do was control the ancient blood devil sun bloodline and continue to devour and refine the bloodline of the phoenix-tailed bird. Hu! The power of fire around Zhao Feng's body became stronger and stronger, as if he was being reborn from fire. He was like a demonic sovereign of fire. At a certain moment, the ancient blood devil sun bloodline within Zhao Feng's body completely devoured and refined the phoenix-tailed bird bloodline. Hu! The bloodline within Zhao Feng's body started to boil like boiling water. Puffed! Zhao Feng's entire body was enveloped in a majestic flame. It burned scarlet and glistened. That shocking bloodline aura became even more tyrannical and fiery. Buzz! Behind the bright red flame that Zhao Feng was bathed in, a phoenix-tailed sparrow vaguely appeared in the image of the bright red bloody sun. Suddenly, the ancient beasts near Zhao Feng felt their blood boil and tremble in fear. It seems like my immemorial blood devil sun bloodline has improved greatly. Zhao Feng said softly. He was rather excited. He just didn't know what rank the primordial bloodline that Zhao Feng's bloodline could be compared to. Let's test the effect. Zhao Feng stood up directly, giving off a domineering and wild aura. Hoo-hoo! Activating the immemorial blood devil sun bloodline. Zhao Feng's arm was suddenly surrounded by a layer of scarlet flames. Boom! Zhao Feng punched out. Boom! Boom! A crimson fist shadow that looked like a fireball was burning with a crimson glow as it charged out, illuminating the surroundings with a fiery red light. Such terrifying power! The power of the flames has been strengthened. Zhao Feng felt the giant fireball in front of him. Buzz! This giant fireball continued to burn in the air as if it wouldn't disappear. Zhao Feng sensed something strange and moved his thoughts. Instantly, the burning fireball cracked and turned into a sea of fire, but it still did not extinguish. This feeling, could it be that my fire ultimacy has reached level 1? Zhao Feng felt that he could control the flames that he released with just one thought. He could turn the fire elemental heaven, earth, yuan qi in the air into the power of fire for his own use. I didn't expect the phoenix-tailed sparrow bloodline to merge with the immemorial blood devil sun bloodline. My understanding of the fire ultimacy has reached level 1. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a smile. He had personally seen Ho Qing's fighting strength when his wind-water ultimacy was close to level 1. At this moment, Zhao Feng's fire ultimacy had completely reached level 1 and was even stronger than him. After the strengthening of the bloodline, Zhao Feng started to focus on the 5 elemental wind lightning technique. Although the increase in cultivation did not affect Zhao Feng's fighting strength, Zhao Feng's cultivation was too low and it hindered the growth of Zhao Feng's fighting strength. Swoosh! A golden flaming horn, a blood-red golden flower, and a golden fruit covered in scales appeared in front of Zhao Feng. These were all Zhao Feng's most precious metal Dao cultivation resources, and Zhao Feng had duplicated some of them a while ago, so he could use them without worry. Buzz, the effects of the metal element in the three resources were extracted by Zhao Feng and flowed into his meridians, limbs, and bones before finally gathering at the Saint Power Whirlpool. Zhao Feng's Saint Power Whirlpool was like a five-colored millstone that slowly rotated. The medicinal effect directly flowed into the golden area and was quickly refined and fused with it. Buzz, the metal of wind, lightning, sacred power in the golden region, suddenly shone with a dazzling golden radiance. At the same time, the dazzling golden radiance around Zhao Feng's body suddenly blossomed in all directions along with the power of wind and lightning. The foundation of my metal of wind lightning is very stable. After using the metal elemental treasures to cultivate for a while, it directly broke through to the peak level. Zhao Feng murmured. The 10th level of the metal of wind lightning had already reached the peak level. But Zhao Feng did not stop and continued to cultivate. 3 days later, Zhao Feng only stopped after absorbing all the medicinal effects of the three treasures. As expected of a metal elemental cultivation treasure, the metal of wind lightning has just broken through to the peak level, but it has already completely stabilized and even improved. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised, but the smile on his face grew wider. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before Zhao Feng's metal of wind lightning reached the peak level. At that time, Zhao Feng's metal of wind lightning would possess the power of God Force, making him a demigod. Now that Zhao Feng's profound fire had reached the first level, if it merged with the metal of wind lightning at the peak level, Zhao Feng was looking forward to seeing how powerful the destructive lightning of wind lightning would be. Whoosh! A pitch-black streak of light suffused with a lethal aura of death shot toward Zhao Feng. This person was Zhao Wang. While Zhao Feng was cultivating, he would come here every few days and ask Zhao Feng to help him suppress the black staff while he absorbed the aura of death from the staff to comprehend the intent of death. Zhao Wang wasn't in a rush to break through to the demigod realm, but his understanding of the intent of death had deepened, and his usage of the Eye of Death had become more proficient. Unlike Zhao Feng, Zhao Wang only needed to focus on the intent of death and the Eye of Death. However, he was the same as Zhao Feng. His strength far surpassed his cultivation. He could even fight against rank 1 true gods. Shua! A whirlpool of eye bloodline power appeared in the air, and a pitch-black staff appeared from it. Boom! The instant the black staff appeared, its first reaction was to fight back. From its point of view, any wisp of the power of death could kill the two in front of it if it was at its peak, so it wasn't willing to submit to Zhao Feng and Zhao Wang. Tribulation, lightning, eye flame. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng gathered a large amount of God Tribulation lightning and attacked it. After being bombarded by the power of the thunder tribulation, the pitch-black scepter became a little more obedient. Zhao Wang then circulated his Eye of Death and quietly absorbed the aura of death to comprehend the intent of death. Several hours later, the aura of death on Zhao Wang's body became stronger, but this aura of death had no effect on him. Wang whoosh! Zhao Wang's Eye of Death suddenly spun faster, and a black mist of death slowly appeared in the air. Not bad. This divine weapon of death is not simple. It helped Zhao Wang's intent of death reach level 1. Zhao Feng was extremely satisfied. Taking the risk to steal this divine weapon was worth it. Both of Zhao Feng's clones now had extremely strong battle power, and if the three of them worked together, they would be able to defeat a rank 3 true god in a head-on battle. Whoosh! After comprehending for half a day, Zhao Wang left to cultivate by himself. Shua! Zhao Feng immediately put the black staff into the dimension of his god eye. Even Zhao Feng couldn't help but want to comprehend the intent of death and use such a powerful divine weapon. Furthermore, with Zhao Feng's comprehension ability, it shouldn't be too hard for him to comprehend the intent of death. However, the intent of death was a powerful offensive intent, and Zhao Feng already had the intent of fire, intent of lightning, and intent of metal. Zhao Wang also had the Eye of Death, so it was more suitable for him to use this black staff. That's right, there's also the God-sealing stone. When the black staff was mentioned, Zhao Feng would remember the God-sealing stone that sealed it. Shua. Zhao Feng took out the pieces of the God-sealing stone from the misty spatial world. Wang, an invisible sealing power, started to spread. It was as if any intent would be stopped and wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. Such a precious treasure, what a pity! Zhao Feng shook his head and sighed. From what the golden-armed race said, the God-sealing stone was a treasure of the God-sealing race, which was ranked 14th among the 10,000 ancient races. This God-sealing stone could even seal the terrifying, pitch-black staff. If Zhao Feng used it in battle and the God-sealing stone was used, his opponent wouldn't be able to use any power at all and would be at his mercy. Thinking up to there, Zhao Feng was extremely unwilling. There was definitely more value in this God-sealing stone. Although the God-sealing stone has shattered, the power of the seal is still there. I just can't use it. After all, I'm not from the God-sealing race. Zhao Feng murmured. If he was from the God-sealing race, he would probably be able to merge the shattered pieces of the God-sealing stone back together. The God-sealing race controlled the intent of sealing, and the God-sealing stone was a treasure that they had personally forged, so they could use it. This meant that as long as Zhao Feng comprehended the intent of sealing, he would be able to use the power of the God-sealing stone. Apart from that, he might even be able to use the shattered pieces of the God-sealing stone to create a sealing array. However, Zhao Feng didn't dare to reveal such a treasure so easily. This means that I can only comprehend the intent of sealing. Zhao Feng was slightly helpless, but this was the only thing he could do. He had seen the power of the God-sealing stone before. With this God-sealing stone, he could even prevent his enemies from teleporting or traveling through space. Zhao Feng grabbed the two pieces of the God-sealing stone and sat down. His soul consciousness entered the God-sealing stone. The power of the seal, what a profound power! Zhao Feng sensed that the power of the seal was completely different from the Tao of wind and lightning that he cultivated in the past. He couldn't figure out the Tao. Zhao Feng opened his God's spiritual eye and increased his reaction speed and comprehension ability. At the same time, his golden left eye analyzed the structure of the God-sealing stone. With the help of the two, Zhao Feng soon merged into the world of the seal and was able to grasp a wisp of the intent of sealing. Chapter 1189. While Zhao Feng was cultivating, he would occasionally contact Zhao Wan and obtain some relevant information. At this time, the map of the ancient dream realm in Zhao Feng's mind was extremely vast. This was the result of countless years of effort by the various factions of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. One day, Zhao Feng learned that other than the factions of the Gulong Zone that could enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension, the neighboring Tianyan Zone had also sent some factions here. The number of people in the wild, ancient, secret dimension was gradually increasing. Perhaps the wild, ancient, secret dimension that only opens once every 10,000 years has opened early because of me. Zhao Feng firmly believed that this was the reason. The reason why the secret dimension could open early might also be able to close early, and this crucial point was because of Zhao Feng. Right now, these foreign experts were only active on the outskirts, but as their numbers increased and their battle power increased, they would head deeper into the secret dimension to obtain even greater fortune. Most of these factions were 5-star factions. It would be very difficult for Zhao Feng to trick others, and it would be even worse if he was discovered. After understanding this, Zhao Feng continued to cultivate, focusing on comprehending the 5 elemental wind lightning technique and the God-sealing stone. At this time, Zhao Feng could already use a sliver of the sealing power. Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved his hand, and a transparent pattern covered the air. Coincidentally, a primordial demon bird flew past this area and fell from the sky. Caw! This gave the Yao bird a fright. As a bird, it couldn't fly. Luckily, it could fly again after falling for a while, so it hurriedly fled this strange land. One day, Zhao Wan sent over a new piece of information regarding the heaven-devouring sacred land. God realm sacred land. Heaven-devouring sacred land. This was the first time Zhao Feng had heard of a god realm sacred land. Swish! Zhao Feng summoned the Black Destruction serpent dragon. Little Black, what is a god realm sacred land? Zhao Feng directly asked. The Black Destruction serpent dragon definitely knew. Haha, Master, you must think that the strongest factions in the ancient desolate realm of gods are the five-element factions, right? The Black Destruction serpent dragon revealed a proud smile. Isn't it? Zhao Feng was very surprised. In his mind, he had already formed a concept that five-star forces were the top and strongest forces. The Gulong Zone has about 3 5-star factions, over a dozen peak 4-star factions, and even more 4.5-star factions. There are also countless 4-star factions, but the ruler of all these factions is the Gulong Zone's god, Realm Holy Land, the heaven-devouring Holy Land. Reverence and yearning appeared on the Black Destruction serpent dragon's face as it spoke. In his heart, the divine realm Holy Lands were the rulers of the world. They could not be disobeyed. The Gulong region's heaven-devouring Holy Land was established by the heaven-devouring race. The Black Destruction serpent dragon continued. Sky-devouring race, 17th among the 10,000 ancient races. Information about the sky-devouring clan appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Is the spirit race a sacred land of the god realm? Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something and asked anxiously. With the Black Destruction serpent dragon's words, the status of a god realm holy land in Zhao Feng's heart had risen to the extreme. They were the strongest existences in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. The spirit race was ranked 19th among the 10,000 ancient races. Could it also be a god, realm, holy land? If that was the case, how was Zhao Feng supposed to find Zhao Yufei? A god, realm, holy land was an enormous entity that ruled over an entire zone. A strong bloodline doesn't mean that one is strong. In my memories, the spirit race is not a god, realm, holy land. The Black Destruction, serpent dragon, said after thinking for a moment. Zhao Feng nodded his head, agreeing with the Black Destruction serpent dragon's words. A strong bloodline didn't mean that one was strong. A bloodline could only give a person a good foundation, but it couldn't decide a person's future. Zhao Feng couldn't even count how many experts with bloodlines stronger than his he had defeated. Cultivate here. You can take resources, but don't completely destroy them. Zhao Feng warned. The Black Destruction serpent dragon's bloodline made it fond of destroying everything and obtaining power from destruction. How could he let the Black Destruction serpent dragon destroy such a good place and resources? Thank you, Master. The Black Destruction serpent dragon revealed an excited expression. It didn't know how Zhao Feng was able to enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension. But if Zhao Feng wasn't willing to say it, it would never know. Whoosh! The Black Destruction serpent dragon's figure disappeared. Zhao Feng had finally allowed it to move around freely, and it was in a secret dimension filled with opportunities. It would be strange if the Black Destruction serpent dragon didn't take advantage of it. Zhao Feng called Zhao Wang over after the Black Destruction serpent dragon left. I'm going to create a third soul clone. You guard this place. Zhao Feng ordered. The third level of the soul splitting technique had been completed a long time ago. Zhao Feng had refined his soul intent and raised it to the peak of a rank 1 true god before deciding to split his soul. Zhao Feng still had an eye of samsara in his god eye dimension, but this eye was the samsara of life and didn't have any fighting abilities. Even so, the samsara of life was extremely important to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng already had the Black Destruction serpent dragon, Zhao Wan and Zhao Wang, so another powerful battle power wouldn't affect him much. However, Zhao Feng greatly desired the eye of samsara of life. Based on what Zhao Feng knew, the samsara of life had 2 uses. The first was that it could sense if someone had reincarnated, and the second was that it could revive a shattered soul. Even when his soul is destroyed, he can reverse death and revive. Excitement flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. This terrifying ability was the true use of the Eye of Samsara of life. If Zhao Feng's clone could grasp this ability, then even if Xiao Feng was killed in the future, he could still revive. However, the prerequisite was that the clone with the Eye of Samsara was strong enough. This was because Zhao Feng's soul was rather special. It was a lightning soul body, and it also had the god's spiritual eye embedded in it. Zhao Feng used Earth Escape to enter the ground and began to circulate the third level of the soul splitting technique to split his soul. After experiencing splitting his soul twice, Zhao Feng had gained experience and the ability to resist the pain. 10 days later, Zhao Feng finished splitting his soul. Zhao Feng used the method Zhao one had used to create the body of his third soul clone, using large amounts of ancient resources and ancient bloodline to create a body of an extremely high level of existence. I'll give you the Eye of Samsara. Refine it yourself. Zhao Feng gave the Eye of Samsara and the soul refining eye art to the third clone. The third clone was currently too weak and could not be used at all, so Zhao Feng had him cultivate here and raise his cultivation level. Rumble. Zhao Feng used Earth Escape and burrowed out of the ground. Zhao Wan sent another message. Zhao Feng's eyes shook as he felt the information in his mind. The message Zhao Wan sent said that in the ancient, desolate realm of gods, apart from the Gulong region and the neighboring Tianyan region, there was another major region that had entered the wild, ancient, secret dimension. This region was called the Yangling region and was very far from the Gulong region. And the reason the Yangling region's factions could enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension was actually because of the god realm's sacred land. According to the experts of the Yangling region who came here, the supreme ruler of the Yangling region, the Lord Spacetime God, used the Spacetime God Eye to execute a heaven-defying technique, allowing the factions of the Yangling region to connect with the wild, ancient, secret dimension. Spacetime God Eye. This was the first time Zhao Feng had heard of the 8 great God Eyes since coming to the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Of the 18 regions of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, only the Gulong region and the neighboring Tianyan region could connect with the wild, ancient, secret dimension. But the Space-Time God had used his omnipotent abilities to forcefully connect the Yangling region and the ancient, desolate realm of gods. He truly deserved to be called the Space-Time God. Probably only the Eye of Space-Time can do such a divine ability. Zhao Feng could not calm his mind. He had not expected the Space-Time God Eye to be so powerful. This meant that the other 7 great God Eyes were also not ordinary people. Thump thump, thump thump. Zhao Feng's God spiritual eye weakly throbbed, faintly emitting an indescribable excitement and fighting intent. There will be a day when I will see the 8 great God Eyes in person. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. Dish! Zhao Feng went to the mountain peak where he was in seclusion and took out some soul-type resources to heal some of the damage caused by splitting his soul. Now that he was splitting his soul, Zhao Feng could minimize the weakening of his soul, but it was still damaged. It didn't take long for Zhao Feng to completely heal the damage to his soul. At this moment, Zhao Wan hurriedly sent another message, causing Zhao Feng to stand up and tremble. I was waiting to break into the demigod realm before making a move, but it seems like I should hurry over first and then break into the demigod realm. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed with urgency. With an enormous amount of precious and heaven-defying resources, Zhao Feng's cultivation of the metal of wind lightning was extremely smooth. Coupled with Zhao Feng's stable foundation, he could break into the perfected level if he wanted to. Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon. I'll send you the map and the destination. Go there and wait for me. Zhao Feng immediately messaged the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, through the Dark Heart Seal. Dish! In a flash of black light, Zhao Wang appeared next to Zhao Feng. At this time, because Zhao Wang's death intent had reached level 1, His cultivation speed had greatly increased. He had already broken into the demigod realm and could be put to use. Zhao Wang, let's go. Zhao Feng put Zhao Wang and the rest of the ancient beasts into the misty spatial world before turning into a faint golden streak of light and disappearing into the air. Less than a month later, Zhao Feng arrived at the Phoenix Forest. At this time, there were still some small forces trying to obtain some fortune from the phoenix nest. After a while, Zhao Feng saw the Forest of Death. At this time, the Forest of Death was no longer the Forest of Death. The black mist of death and the power of the seal had disappeared long ago, and it had become a barren forest. However, there were still many people searching for treasures in there. After all, countless experts that had entered the Forest of Death had died there countless years ago. Zhao Feng didn't bother with them and continued to advance. However, Zhao Feng suddenly stopped in midair, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Not far away from Zhao Feng, there was a group heading in a certain direction. One person in the group suddenly stopped just like Zhao Feng. This person was Shifeng, but he no longer had that noble and disdainful expression. Instead, he looked at Zhao Feng in disbelief. How was this possible? How could Zhao Feng appear in the wild, ancient, secret dimension? Shifeng had entered the Golden Jade race because of the Sky Feather Island Lord and was lucky enough to obtain a spot. However, a nameless person like Zhao Feng, a member of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race, had actually appeared in the wild, ancient, secret dimension. Since I've met you, it's time for you to die, Zhao Feng murmured as a surge of killing intent appeared. Killing Shifeng wasn't just because he was the Sky Feather Island Lord's subordinate. More importantly, Shifeng knew Zhao Feng, and if he told this information to the Sky Feather Island Lord, he would definitely be killed. If he told this information to the Sky Feather Island Lord, the Sky Feather Island Lord would probably be able to guess that Zhao Feng could enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension at will.